computer. Like you could do this with a Raspberry Pi if you really knew what you were doing. You could tune cars with a Raspberry Pi, and that's what modern tuning is for automobiles. It's just changing those fuel map settings around. That's all. It's changing the fuel map settings. That's it. What's the story for hydrogen fuel cell cars? Hydrogen so you have liquid hydrogen, right? And you put it through a catalyst, and that creates heat, and that you can get energy from it. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Stream starts in 5 minutes. You do almost anything with a Raspberry Pi. That's right, no? Yeah. So like tuning an old car. So like, okay, Alucard, if I want to tune the 59, or if I want to tune the 59 F100, if I want to tune it, I need a screwdriver. The cornet, screwdriver. Literally a flathead screwdriver. You can tune the metering on the carburetor. You can tune airflow, right? But here's the thing: carburetors are static. It's not going to be able to change the air-fuel ratio unless you have a secondary. So that's like a 4-barrel carburetor. It's not going to be able to change the air-to-fuel ratio at higher RPMs unless you have a way to deliver more fuel, and that's what secondary valves are on a carburetor. That's what they're there for. To change the air-fuel ratio, because the fuel ratio is going to be different at higher RPMs, right? It's going to be way different. That's where the benefit of like modern fuel injection comes in. Electronic fuel injection is one of the single most big changes in automotive design. I can't think of anything that's more important than fuel injection. Like that's one of the single biggest innovations that ever. Electronic fuel injection. That is how all cars are made nowadays. Any car with a gasoline engine, even hybrids, they still have a fuel injection system. Variable valve timing, that's a pretty big one. That's up there. ABS is also up there. Dual reservoir master cylinders are up there. There's so much good stuff. Differentials, if you want to go way back. Transmissions with multiple gears. Transmissions for the longest time, guys, had 3 gears. Forward, reverse, and second gear. And that's about it. Turbos, yeah, turbos are there too. So, hydrogen can also be used as a fuel in an internal combustion engine too. And Dragon, just like rockets, it is absurdly efficient. But the thing about hydrogen, and this is why hydrogen gets such a bad rap. I'm going to switch this over to Falcon 9 coverage here in a second. The reason why it gets such a bad rap is because it's really tough to make liquid hydrogen in mass quantities. We can do it for rockets. It's not that big of a deal. But the amount of energy that you need to make hydrogen as a fuel for an internal combustion engine that outweighs the efficiency gain that you get from using a hybrid motor. Don't get me wrong, we could do it. Sure, we do it fine. The same thing could be said about gasoline. That's what people that don't like hydrogen don't tell you. You're telling me that the oil refinery is going to use less energy than the car engine that I'm running? No way. That's not how that works at all. No. If my car consumed as much energy as a oil refinery, then I would be inclined to believe that, but that's not how that works at all. If you want to store hydrogen gas at 1 atmosphere for a 300-mile car trip, it would require the volume of a house. Yeah, exactly, Dragon. That's the other thing with liquid hydrogen. You cannot store liquid hydrogen at a high pressure. So your car, if you wanted a car that ran off hydrogen compared to a car that ran off gasoline, if you ran it off gasoline, you'd have a car, you've seen a car fuel tank. It's like this big. It holds like what? I don't know, 60 liters? Probably less, 50 liters. It's not very big. It's not a lot, right? It makes up a small mass fraction of the entire vehicle. If you're going to make a car out of hydrogen, the entire trunk or boot of your car would be full with pressure vessels. Full. Like that's the entire back of your car. And that's what I mean about it not being it's super efficient, and you could go pretty damn far on that tank of hydrogen in the back of your car. But here's the thing. You can't help but think, like, if that was a tank of gasoline, you could go even further. Gasoline doesn't need to be pressurized. It's stable in liquid form, so you could just put it in the fuel tank like everybody does. This is why we don't get off gasoline. It's the simplest way to do it. Not necessarily the most efficient. There are way more efficient ways to do things. But it has such good energy density for what it is. Like, that's why we don't wean ourselves off fossil fuels, because our civilization would collapse. So just like rocket, it's stupidly efficient, but not stupidly dense. You can't store hydrogen at high density, KSP. The reason is because hydrogen, or you can't store it at high pressure. The reason is because hydrogen is the smallest atom found in our universe. It's the smallest one. It's tiny. It's a little guy. So if you have an aluminum pressure vessel, right? You have an aluminum pressure vessel, and you put hydrogen in it, and then you try to pressurize it. It would be like trying to make a boat hull out of a sponge. The hydrogen will just go right through it. It'll like squeezing a sponge. It'll just go right through, just leak right out. That's the challenge of hydrogen. You can't store it at high pressure. You can't do that. If you try to, it'll just leak. It'll just leak everywhere, and your rocket will do a booster 7. It'll do that. It'll just because hydrogen will find a way to explode. It will find an oxidizer, and it will find a source of ignition. When you're using hydrogen with rockets, you control where the ignition happens. You have to, or else because the hydrogen wants to combust either way. It doesn't matter. The rocket constantly wants to Hindenburg itself for these pressure reasons that I'm talking about. That's why hydrogen rockets have that purge flame, and methane rockets do too. Well, SpaceX has the recondenser, but you get what I'm trying to say. That's why there's a purge flame. Because if you don't provide a controlled source of ignition for that hydrogen, for the hydrogen gas that inevitably gets made from tanking a rocket, if you don't find a purge flame for it, it'll find its own purge flame. And it's going to find its own purge flame in the spot that you do not want. That's why during the SLS Green Run the other day, when they figured out there was a hydrogen leak, they were like, nope, shut it down. Stop, just stop what you're doing. We're done here. Hydrogen leaks will cause your rocket to Hindenburg. Not good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
My research project was to mimic the active site of hydrogen-producing enzymes in an effort to produce better hydrogen-producing catalysts. Cool. In case there is a hydrogen economy in the future, I would put my catalyst in a solvent and give it some acid and some electric current, and boom, it starts to produce hydrogen gas. Cool, man. That's cool. Can you use magnetism to control? Okay, we have Falcon 9 first stage engine chill. Rip Hindenburg. Yeah, Alucard. A lot of people knock Germany at the time, and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of things to knock for Germany in the 30s, if you catch my drift. But a lot of people don't know is that the reason why the Germans used hydrogen in their dirigible, everybody says, oh my god, why would they use hydrogen? That's a stupid idea. The reason why they did that is because the US embargoed their helium. Oops. True story. Anyway.
Stage 1, RP loaded.
SpaceX is live. Alright, I'll switch us over to SpaceX. Yeah, the US didn't, we sanctioned Nazi Germany, and we said we ain't giving you any more helium. And that's why that's why Hindenburg happened. Because the Germans said, alright, we can't have helium. Alright, what else could we use that's very similar to helium? Hydrogen. Hydrogen is very similar to helium. It's very close to it on the periodic table. There's one big thing, though. Hydrogen is super reactive. Helium is inert. I mean, helium is helium. It is reactive. It can absorb heat really, really well. Like the best. It's the best for heat transfer. That's the best gas that you could use. However, it won't combine with oxidizer and explode. You remember science class, the whole noble gas thing? Yeah, inert. That's important. Especially if you're flying a blimp around. Because like I said, hydrogen will find a way to explode, whether you like it or not. So you best be controlling where that happens. But yeah, Alucard, like, I always find it important to tell that whole story. You know what I'm saying? Not a lot of people know that. People just knock the German engineers. Oh, they're so stupid. Why would they put hydrogen in there? Okay, come on. You telling me the people that came up with the ME-262 are stupid and the aggregate 4? No, they had to. Like, and don't get me wrong, I ain't defending those actions from that period of time either. Frick 'em. But engineering is engineering, you know? It's important to understand that. Also, SpaceX, baby.
Vehicle is supersonic.
Stage separation confirmed. Dragon, separation confirmed.
Here we go. Start the day with a nice Falcon 9 launch. Well, my day's just starting. Most people are almost at the end of their day.
And Falcon 9 has landed.
Good morning and welcome to the webcast for SpaceX's 32nd mission of 2022 and the 53rd
flashed my
Starlink
Discord there for a
mission to
second.
date. You're looking
Nice view.
at a live but rather foggy view of Space Launch Complex 4 East in Vandenberg Space Force Station, California. Our
Discovery,
Falcon
go
9
throttle up.
rocket, we promise, is sitting on the pad there, although it is difficult
Hey,
to
Pembo,
see.
thanks for the
Now,
subs,
for
dude.
those of you that are following along, you'll know that we stood down from our launch attempt yesterday.
What happened?
At T-minus 1 minute, the Falcon 9 flight computer took control of the countdown for its final pre-launch checks, as it always does. At T-minus 46 seconds, the vehicle identified an off-nominal reading from one of our Merlin M1D engines. The flight computer saw an out-of-limits reading on a backup valve position within the first stage propulsion system, and this reading caused an automatic hold on the countdown. Since then, the teams investigated, resolved the issue, and we are now go for launch. As you can see, like I mentioned before,
Stage 1, launch load is complete.
all right, we just heard the call out there that stage 1 LOX load is complete. That is Falcon 9's first stage.
Chat, prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Oh, we weren't that far behind.
The weather, although it is foggy at the pad.
So Tessa, Kate said that, yeah, see, fog stays in the valleys out in California. There's that wind turbine again. She said they had an off-nominal reading in a backup control valve on the first stage. Interesting. Watch.
We've been underway with propellant loads.
When this rocket goes, it's going to come out of the fog here. It'll look really cool.
Top of the rocket.
Engine backup control valve, Jack. Engine backup control valve. A backup control valve? I mean, having a two-fault redundant valve designed like that in your main propulsion system is probably a good idea. Hey, Maslam, 83-month resub. Are gift subs a form of subletting? Yes. Yes. Sublet, yep. Oh, we can see some rocket there.
Discovery,
So
go and throttle up.
they said they resolved the issue, right? So we'll see what this thing does. But I'm wondering why. Why did you have off nominal readings like that? This stuff just doesn't. The valve just doesn't go bad. Something caused that valve. Something caused at least the sensor or the valve to go bad. And don't get me wrong, we're probably never going to hear it. And it's amazing that it's a testament.
Go for launch.
Launch directors go for launch. It's a testament to SpaceX that they even told us what happened. You know what I mean? It's pretty good transparency, if I do say so myself. Yeah. Now I'm wondering what had like.
Second.
Okay, vehicles should be good to go. We got past the point we got past yesterday. But, yeah. Now I'm wondering, like, why that valve did that, but
30 seconds.
we're never going to hear about it. Anyway, sit back. Enjoy some Falcon 9
Today's
action.
mission is for Starlink, sending an additional
All right, Taco.
46 satellites to low Earth orbit,
Minus
or
10.
LEO.
9, 8, 7, 6, 15
Oh.
seconds. 4.
The mission control loop's ahead of the mainstream.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
Sound suppressor is on. You
3,
can see the waves
2,
flashing there.
1.
Ignition.
Ignition. And liftoff.
All right, here we go.
Starlink
Watch.
3-2,
She's going to pop out of the
go
clouds
Falcon
here. Ready?
9.
Boop.
Vehicle.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
Are nominal.
I told you that fog stays in the valleys, and where Lompoc is, there's a huge valley, and the pads are right at the end of the valley. That's cool, man. All right, so we got a good liftoff. All right, let me get you the side-by-side here. We have trajectory,
Power and
the
telemetry
rocket here.
nominal.
We got a good power and telemetry call from mission control there. You can see over there, if we bring up the main screen here, oh, they cut it.
Vehicle
You can see where that camera was. Oh,
As you just heard, Falcon
Ooh.
9 is now traveling faster than
that's
the
a
speed
nice
of sound.
picture.
Max Q.
Yeah, sniper.
Falcon 9 has
Mhm.
now passed through max Q, the maximum dynamic pressure that it will feel during
See?
flight.
Look at the fog. It just stays in the valley. See what I mean? Very weird. And when it gets to the ocean, that's when it gets super foggy. Where all these clouds are is basically that's the marine layer. That's right next to the water. That's a really nice shot. Wow.
And
Oh.
chill has started.
And back is chilling.
With that call out there, we heard that the second stage is preparing to ignite its Merlin vacuum engine. We're less than 1 minute away from main engine cutoff, stage separation, and second engine start.
Acquisition of signal request.
Beautiful view of the California coast there in the background behind the stage.
Yep. Damn. So the vehicle will start pitching over here because it's a Starlink launch, just like that. See how it moved? It's starting to pitch down. All right, we're looking up the business end of the second stage here. It's out of Vandenberg Unity. 43 Starlink satellites on this Falcon 9, and we got a drone ship landing, I think. There's main engine cutoff.
Separation confirmed.
Okay, we got a good call for stage separations. Upper stage ignition.
And back started.
We've got a good call for MVAC startup. Everything looks good there.
Bearing separation confirmed.
And fairing should pop off. Ka-ching! There's those
All
pneumatic
right, and as
systems that I was
saw
telling you
right
guys about
there,
the other
those
day.
fairings deployed. Today marks the third flight for one of those fairing halves
Oh.
and the fifth flight for the other.
Check that out.
As usual, we will be
First
attempting to
stage,
recover these once
2
again
fairings,
after
and
they
then second
fall back
stage.
to Earth.
Isn't that cool? There was 4 dots, right? The one in the top right was the first stage, turning around. The 2 in the center were
On
the
left-hand
2
side of your
fairings,
screen,
and then
we
the
can
one
see
on the
first
left
stage
was the
as
second
those
stage.
Grid fins
Grid
have
fins.
deployed, and the second stage on the right-hand side
There
of
are
your
4
screen
dots.
as that MVAC engine nozzle begins to glow orange.
So you can see the different trajectories here. This one is the first stage. That one is second stage right now. SpaceX is trying to get that blue line to line up with the white line. First stage is just following its natural ballistic arc. And then it'll do a supersonic retropropulsion right here, where it fire its engines to go through re-entry, and then it'll land down over here. There are 4 dots, Goblinin. Okay? Yeah.
Everything continues to look good for
There's,
both the first and second stages.
Some solid
We can
oxygen
see that
from the
first
dump
stage
right
on
there.
the left-hand side of your screen
Getting stuck on
has
the
peaked
manifolds
and is
there.
now making its descent back to Earth.
First stage, the first stage apogee is 119. When they launch out of the Cape, guys, it's usually 130. The reason why is because when you launch into a polar orbit like this, when you go into a polar orbit like this, you need to use more of the first stage to
Vehicles on a nominal trajectory.
Okay, we got a call for nominal
Go and
trajectory.
drive
Because the Earth is spinning, right? If they
As a
launch,
reminder, today's payload
some
is
of
for
that
SpaceX's satellite internet constellation.
some of that force gets imparted on the vehicle because the Earth is spinning, right? So if you launch due south out of Vandenberg, you're not going to get into a perfect polar orbit. You're actually going to get into a slightly posigrade retro, or a slightly posigrade orbit. It'll be a little bit crooked. You can do this in KSP if you want to see what I'm talking about. You won't get into a perfectly polar orbit. So what they do, what the first stage has to do is it has to kind of dogleg to the right. So like if you're going south, it's going to go a little bit to the west. And you kind of have to launch heading southwest, right? Because you have to use some of the first stage's delta V to negate Earth's spinning motion. This is why polar orbit launch sites are better. Good launch sites for launching polar are better near the poles. Go figure. Because the Earth, your imparted force from the Earth spinning there is not as much as it is at the equator. Keep in mind that the Earth is a non-uniform sphere. It's basically a gigantic jello mold spinning around in space, so it kind of weeble wobbles around. So at the equator, if you have a launch site that's trying to get polar, you're going to need more delta V because you're going faster because of that non-uniform sphere. So that's why the first stage didn't go as high as it normally would out at the Cape. The Cape Starling launches usually have an apogee of like 130 kilometers, right? This first stage went to 120, 10 kilometers lower, because they needed to use some of that first stage delta V to negate Earth's spinning. And the rest of it will be done with the second stage. There's our supersonic retro propulsion right there. Falcon 9's firing its engines to basically push the reentry heating away from the vehicle. They fight plasma with fire from the rocket engines. Because plasma kind of accumulates. It kind of accumulates like condensation almost on a vehicle. It kind of just sits there. And you can use the rocket engine to push it away. And then Falcon 9 is flying through its own exhaust cloud. And that's what it uses to keep it nice and cool during reentry. Now, don't get me wrong. Rocket engines are very, very warm. You can see from here. You can tell it's warm because of the way it is. But it's not as hot as plasma. Plasma is way hotter. So they use the rocket engine exhaust as a thermal medium for the rocket to keep it intact during reentry. That's my favorite thing. They're literally shooting fire into plasma to protect the rocket. No. You don't fight fire with fire. You fight plasma with fire. Yeah. Ablative heat shields do the same thing. So stage 1's transonic here. Stand by for,
as we just heard there,
call for a landing.
Is now traveling near the speed of sound.
Say it again. Oh, yeah. So look at those grid fins cut through the air. You're seeing some condensation effects there from the pressure changes.
Stage 2 FTS was saved.
So yeah, I mean, launching into polar requires way more
Now
delta
coming
V
up
than
to
it
the
does
landing
trying to
curve,
go into equatorial.
for
Same
that
case is
first
true in
stage that
Kerbal.
you see
You have to
there.
negate that spinning. Whereas if you're launching it in equatorial orbit,
Stage 1 landing burn.
the spinning works for you. Okay, we got a landing burn.
The first stage has lit one engine, the center engine, to prepare for landing on our
There's
drone
the drone ship.
Of course,
She's
I
gonna
still
pop
love
through the
you.
clouds here.
Terminal guidance.
Whoop. First stage is in terminal. Stand by for the leg deploy.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Okay, there's the call. And, bullseye. Very nice. Very nice.
Stage 1 landing.
Very nice. In the
As you
inner
can see
circle.
there on
Good
your
landing.
Screen, Falcon 9 has landed, marking
Engines are gonna
SpaceX's
vent down now. You
56th
should see
first
some
stage landing
white
on
smoke
our
come
drone
out of the
ship.
bottom
Of course,
there.
I still
Yep,
love you.
there it is.
And our
Purging out the engines,
125th
bringing the
Falcon
tanks
9
down from
landing
flight
overall.
pressure. Stand by for the call for second stage engine cutoff, or SECO 1, and then the call for nominal
SECO 1.
orbital insertion. There's SECO. Second stage engine cutoff is SECO, that's what that stands for, and we need a call for NOI.
Nominal orbital insertion.
Bingo. So see what I'm talking about? You see how they didn't launch directly south? It looks like it's kind of going
And as you heard,
south-southwest.
we had a
That's
good
what I mean.
second engine cutoff.
That whole thing is there to
Second stage.
negate Earth's spinning, because Vandenberg is not near the equator, but it's kind of close to the
Thanks for
equator.
joining us for our 53rd Starlink mission. If you were excited to follow us through launch today and have interest in joining our team in Vandenberg, be sure to check out
Nice
spacex.com/careers.
outcard.
Also be sure to check SpaceX social
They
media
make it look
for
easy, Nico,
confirmation of
don't they?
Starlink deploy, and we'll see you soon.
Is the computer in Falcon 9 aiming for the center of the drone ship, or is it just targeting anywhere on the ship? Well, actually, that's a pretty good question. Reagan, you see this stuff? The paint on the drone ship isn't just there for show. The paint there is radar reflective material, so it's looking for the center. It's looking for the center of it. Falcon 9 has a downward-facing radar in it somewhere. I don't know where it is. I would assume, because it's downward-facing, that it's probably near the bottom of the rocket. I know. Go figure. It's probably near the bottom of the rocket, and they use radar to find the paint. It's radar reflective, so this sends back a signal to Falcon 9, and Falcon 9 hones in on the target. Think about it like a guided munition. You have to laze the target with infrared, and the vehicle will look for the infrared, because they can't go and paint the target with radar reflective paint, right? That's not how war work, right? Falcon 9 is kind of doing the same thing as a guided munition, but see, the reason why I like Falcon 9 a little bit better is because it doesn't ideally explode. It just comes down and lands instead of blowing something up. I don't know about you guys. I like that. I think that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat, right? So, Reagan, what it's doing is it's looking for these rings. Falcon 9 will look for the rings. Those aren't there for our entertainment. The whole barge is painted in radar reflective, and it's looking for it. Not exploding is much harder. I agree, Nico. That's why I like this, because this is harder to do. Challenge mode, you know? So, hot off the press. What's that? Huh. Radar reflective? No. No, Snibbles. Not like an F111 paint. No. It's an F117. F117s are painted with what's called RAM. It's radar absorbent. That's what stealth is. So, okay. If I'm in a room, right, and there's nothing in the room. Have you guys ever moved into a house or moved into a new room or been in a room that's empty? And you go, ah! What happens? It echoes, right? Have you ever launched a firework or something, or watched a fireworks show, and you're sitting next to a building, and you hear the main explosion, but then you hear something behind you? Sound waves bouncing off of things. Radar works very similar to that. All it's doing is sending out an electrical signal, right? It's sending out a signal, and it'll bounce off of things. That's how radar works. Radar reflective is how a radar will find a plane. This is an idea that was invented by the Brits, actually. The English came up with this during World War II, if you really want to know. So they send out a radio signal, and whatever they get back, you could basically tell how far it is away. And if you just keep tracking it, you could tell where it's going, and you could extrapolate where the thing is going, where the bombers are going in this particular case, right? An F-117, B-2, F-22, F-35, they're painted with what's called RAM. It's radar absorbent material, whatever. And that is, dude, I don't know what it is. It's some kind of paint that absorbs that radar signal. It just absorbs it. So it won't bounce back anything. It'll bounce back maybe just a little bit. It won't bounce back much. So, if you have a radar absorbent material on your airplane, for instance, if you have RAM on there, the radar will still see something. You'll reflect something somewhere, right? Because the engines aren't painted in RAM. The paint will just melt off, right? Because it's an engine. It gets hot. The radar signature will be a lot smaller. And depending on how strong of a signal you get back, you can determine the size of what's coming at you as well from radar. It really depends on how strong of a signal you get back. Because if you think about it, right? If you have a plane that has like a radar antenna on it and you shoot you send the radar signal out, it'll bounce right back off that radar antenna and come back to you. It'll be a lot bigger signature. That's what a radar signature is. It's how much of the signal that you sent out did you get back, right? If you got a lot of it back, that means you bounced off something big. Understand? So because there are some metal components exposed on like an F-22 or an F-117 or a B-2 or whatever, it'll bounce back a radar signature, but the radar signature will be kind of analogous with like a bird. Radars can pick up birds. I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Is sonar the same as radar, just tuned to work through water? For the most part, sonar is sound. Radar is electrical wavelengths. Sonar uses sound. You know why? Water absorbs sound very, very well. Oh yeah, that's why a sound suppressor works on a rocket launch pad. I mean, I would show you this Falcon 9 footage of when it launched here, right? But we really didn't see it. You saw it right at the last second, but rockets have what's called a pad deluge on it. So see these posts that are on the side right here and right here? Those are basically just water spouts. And what they do is they shoot water at the pad to absorb the sound, so the sound waves from the rocket don't break the vehicle on the way up. They'll reverberate off the ground and shake the vehicle. They can cause resonant frequencies in the vehicle, and those resonant frequencies can, for instance, like literally undo a bolt. A bolt will just it'll come right off. So sonar on a submarine is bouncing sound waves, very similar to my original example. Like if you've ever like launched a firework, right? And the firework's gone off and you're standing next to a building, you'll hear the pop twice. You hear boom, because the sound wave it'll pop and it'll send out a sound wave, and that sound wave will bounce off of the building behind you and come back to you. That's what a submarine does. They're sending out sound waves. That's why the doo, doo, doo noise on a submarine. They're sending out pings because water can carry the sound really, really far. What about LiDAR? Okay, so LiDAR is infrared. So you have radar, which is sending out microwaves, right? Or, well, not microwaves. It's just sending out electrical waves. Sonar is sound waves, and LiDAR is infrared. So LiDAR is sending out is infrared light. Dragon, for instance, uses LiDAR when it's docking to the ISS. It uses LiDAR, and there is a locator beacon on the ISS called Dragon Eye. And Dragon Eye is sending out that infrared signal, and Dragon hones in on that infrared and figures out where it is relative to the station because of the locator beacon, that infrared locator beacon. Fun fact, this is a weird one. Dragon Eye was delivered by the space shuttle on STS-132. A space shuttle put Dragon's docking port up there. That's weird to me. That's very strange. You can bounce radar off plasma, Neuro. But yeah, interesting. Had no idea about Dragon Eye. Thank you. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Why is that strange? It's strange just because I really think of Falcon 9 as like post-space shuttle. But you gotta understand that Falcon 9 and the space shuttle were operating at the same time. That's just weird in my mind. I don't know why that's weird. I can't really explain it, but... So yeah, LiDAR is, and that's what the acronyms are. The LiDAR is infrared, radar is radio waves, right? And sonar is sound waves. Pretty cool stuff, right? The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Dragon Eye isn't used by Dragon 2. What does Dragon 2 use then? There's a locator beacon on there because Dragon does use LiDAR. What does it use then, Forge? Are you sure about that? Sonar was invented first? I'm not sure which was invented first, Hip. I know that radar was an idea from the Brits. They wanted to find a way they wanted to figure out a way to detect when the Germans were coming to bomb them during the Battle of Britain. So they set up a radar defense on the south coast of England to figure out where the Germans were coming from. And then they could better coordinate the RAF response. That was the first use of radar. But just like a lot of technological metas, the Germans did the same thing. The Germans got radar arrays, and they figured it out. They figured it out a little bit after the Brits, if I'm remembering right. Sonar was first. Yep. There you go. Before radar, they set up giant ears. Yeah, pretty much. Can't we use radio waves active decays? Can't we use radio wave active decays that special alloys paints decay in a very specific pattern, which is different than civilian stuff? What do you mean decay? I don't understand, Alucard. Pretty sure I've had Dragoneye mentioned in a recent docking broadcast. Yeah, it still uses Dragoneye, but it's very possible that it's not the one that was delivered by the shuttle. But I know that Dragon can't dock to the station without that locator beacon, without that infrared locator beacon on it. Dragoneye, it can't do it. You would not. The Dragon wouldn't be able to figure out where the station is. The only way that Dragon would dock to the station without Dragoneye is if somebody manually docked Dragon, which you can do. LiDAR uses UV, invisible, and near IR in the form of pulse lasers. Then what's the I stand for in LiDAR, Havix? Honest question. Yeah, Dave. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the Falcon 9 launch. That was fun. Mm-hmm. Hey, here's your opportunity for SLS launch. Digital creators can register to attend NASA Social for the Artemis 1 launch. Seize the opportunity to be front in line to blog, tweet, or Instagram during this 3-day event. Starts Tuesday. The deadline to apply is the 26th. Light detection and ranging. LiDAR is a light detection. Laser imaging. Oh, okay. Today I learned. I didn't realize it used UV. I always thought it was just infrared. But, yeah, pretty cool. Actually, you guys want to hear something even crazier? So, Starliner, Boeing's capsule, it's a Dragon's counterpart for commercial crew. And I know people, Starliner, right? Starliner actually uses a neural net and a visible light spectrum camera. Dude, this is so cool. It uses a regular visible light spectrum camera and basically a computer that's running like a neural net that literally looks for the space station and identifies the space station via its shape, and it figures out where it is depending on by identifying certain components on the space station. So Starliner has an automatic docking system that's a computer that works basically synonymous in function with how a person would dock to a space station. You got to look for the station, adjust, look again, adjust, look again, adjust, look again. That's how Starliner docks. Starliner does not need sensing equipment on the actual space station like Dragon does. Starliner can just dock to whatever, as long as they load an image of what they're trying to dock to in Starliner's computer. When it's on the ground, it'll find it and it'll dock to it. It's really, really cool stuff. Like, fellas, the fact that it doesn't need a locator beacon on something and Dragon can literally just look for it. Okay, so I don't think I need to say why that's a very useful capability. So say in a pinch, we need to get another capsule up there, and we need to dock it to a stranded Dragon or something. This is very unlikely, but say that's the case. Or say in the future we have multiple space stations, and there's a space station that Starliner doesn't really dock to, but they need a capsule to get up there to rescue people. All they got to do is just show Starliner a picture of it, and it'll find it, and it'll dock to it. That's a really good capability, because that means Starliner can literally dock to whatever. It can dock to anything with that standardized NDS docking port. So the NASA docking system, the IDSS. It's acronyms all over the place. It can dock to anything with NDS. It can dock to stranded vehicles. It can dock to the space station. It can dock to future space stations. All you got to do is put a picture of it in the computer, and the computer will look for it. It's really cutting-edge stuff. It's funny because that is exactly how a Tesla works. The autopilot for Tesla does that. It looks for things, and then it learns based off of what it's seeing. And it's ironic because with Dragon, they use LiDAR, something that Elon Musk has said that LiDAR is a stupid application for a car, for a self-driving car. Dragon uses that to dock to the space station. Starliner uses something like Tesla's autopilot to dock to the space station. It's very weird. My phone can recognize cats. It's pretty much the same tech. Yeah, but your phone doesn't automatically dock with a cat and then tap into the cat's power supply to charge. Click the pictures that are a picture of a space station. Exactly, 7. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know the reason. It's just ironic. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. That's a pretty useful capability. That's a great capability to have if you're in a pinch. If you need like a rescue mission or something. That's a really good capability. It doesn't rain or snow in space, EJ. Guys, I know the reason, dudes. I know the reason why Dragon has LiDAR and why Starliner has, something like full self-driving. I was pointing out the irony in it. It's kind of funny to me. Like, I get why they have what they have, dudes. This whole conversation started with me telling you guys how these systems work. No? No? Alright. They did helicopter on Mars? What? No way! Tessa, I stopped that conversation, and I would hope everybody here is decent enough to do the same. Hey, Robinson, what's up, man? Passed your PhD defense. Have a drink on you. Thanks, man. Congratulations. You shouldn't be gifting me stuff because you did good, man. It's like when people tip me bits on their birthday. I'm like, why are you giving me a gift on your birthday? They also did surgery on a grape? Really? When? Robinson, thanks, man. I do appreciate the bits. Congratulations, dude. Good for you. They helicoptered more than twice, Firework. You definitely given me more than $7 of entertainment over the years. It's the least you can do. Yep. Right on. That's awesome, Robinson. Defend your thesis for AE. I'm proud of you, dude. If that means anything. Good job. With a focus on helicopters. Oh. Oh, so you're a wizard. Got it. Got it. Did they give you a wand? Because helicopters are freaking magic, man. Don't say that they aren't. They're freaking magic, and you know it. I still can't believe that a swash plate stays together and doesn't rip itself to pieces every time a helicopter flies. It boggles my mind. How the hell does that even work? That should not work. That shouldn't work. But it does. I still don't know how helicopters fly, but don't tell my advisor. Yeah, fellas, you ever seen a swash plate on a helicopter? What the hell? Like, I know what it's doing, and I'm still like, okay. That's good. All right. You ever see this? You ever seen this before? How does that not rip itself to pieces? I don't understand. Watch. So that was collective right there. That was the collective pitch. This is cyclic control. How does this thing not break? Sikorsky, man. What a genius. Igor Sikorsky is the guy that came up with this. It's ridiculous. Like, how does that even happen? How do you do it? What the hell? How does this not break? It's a big Heim joint, Alucard. Yeah, but there are bearings in there. Ask Robinson, he knows. How does that not rip itself to pieces? I'll never figure it out. No, Sun Temple, it's perfectly balanced. That if you really want to, like I said, I know the real reason. The thing is perfectly balanced. So if you took this rotor and swash plate mechanism, right? And you say you took it off a helicopter and then you put it in Kerbal and then you looked for the center of mass. The center of mass is right here. It's right there on this entire design. This design is perfectly balanced.
Discovery,
as all things should be, right? It's perfect balance. The center of mass is right on the center shaft, directly in the center. It has to be, or else the helicopter will rip itself to shreds. That is 10 subs from the Hokinator. Thanks, man. This whole mechanism needs to be balanced down to like a couple millimeters. The center of mass has to be directly in the center of that post. And if one of these is a little bit heavier than the other, the whole thing will rip itself apart. That's the only way helicopters can work. Everything has to be perfectly balanced or you're going to get precession and the thing will just grenade itself. It'll look like that V10 engine that we were looking at. There you go, Brian. There's some good videos out there on some technicians doing rotor track and balance fixes. It has to be perfect, Robinson. That's the real thing. This is part of the reason why rocket science is so hard, right? And why aerospace engineering is so hard. This is why you got to go to school if you want to design this stuff, because those blades have to all weigh the exact same weight, like within just a little bit. You're always going to get a little bit of a deviation, right? They have to all be the exact same blade. All the bolts need to be the exact same. And I'm talking exact same down to like the molecular structure. It has to be perfect. If it's not perfect, it's going to be unbalanced. And that's going to introduce, instead of a spinning force, you're going to get a reciprocating force like this. And if you get a reciprocating force, it's going to introduce resonant vibrations into a helicopter. And resonant vibrations are something that Kerbal doesn't really teach you about. But what resonant vibrations from off-balance rotating mechanisms, what happens with when that happens, it'll find something to break. That's the short story. It'll find something to explode. Not explode. It'll find something to break. It'll undo a bolt. It'll snap something in half at its resonant frequency. Like when you see people like in YouTube videos like go, ah, and the thing shatters, like it'll find a resonant frequency, and at certain frequencies stuff just breaks. That's what I mean, dude. There's all these parts moving around. Everything has to be perfectly balanced. And the fact that the thing works and it doesn't shred itself to pieces through some crazy resonant vibration is a testament to the engineering. It's really crazy, dude. And that's part of that is why helicopters need so much maintenance, because you're never going to get it perfect. It's always going to be a float point error, so to speak, to use Kerbal terms or coding terms. Okay, Tessa. Yep. I know the Mythbusters proved that a postage stamp wasn't enough to unbalance a helicopter, but it can't be too much more. It's not down to like. Bright, what did you say? I don't know what the exact number is. We have blade weights measured in a few grams on a 350-pound blade. It's down to the gram, which is. It has to be pretty damn perfect. You're telling me dolphins break the fish before they eat them? That's kind of disturbing. What? Oh. Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Firework, are you okay? I'm talking about helicopters. Last time I checked, a dolphin is not a helicopter. I mean, that would be impressive. Toast check. You guys, anybody smell burnt toast? Firework, do you smell burnt toast? Bames non's having a stronk. Call the bodulins. Stronking the bodulins. Quick, call the Navy. What's the number for the Navy? I don't know. They won't answer. We can't call the Navy? Dang it. I think I broke EJ. No, nope, not broken, just really confused. I don't know why you said that. They took the Navy! Flow effects are kind of weird. What is this? So, yeah, Starlink mission was a good success, guys. We'll jump back into KSP here in a moment. I just want to... What is this, man? Dude, that's cool. Yep. There's your vortex. See all this, guys? That's all super turbulent air underneath a helicopter. If a helicopter's ever landed next to you, you know what I'm talking about. It's a little windy, isn't it? And it buffets like pop, 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 pop. Yeah. It's because of the turbulent air. That's cool that they sprayed mist through it so you can visualize it. Yep. Every helicopter does that. Is that a Kiowa? Yep. The fun part about the Chinook is that you have to account for the forward and aft blade for vibrations and balance. Like I said, right, the guy that came up with the Chinook is on another planet, dude. That guy is an alien. I still can't, like, dude, I see a Chinook. I know what it's doing. I know how it works. I get it. Like, I understand exactly how it works. You know, you have 2 turbines out into the main gearbox, front and back, up through another set of gearboxes to the blade, swash. Like, I get it. I didn't get how you have to invert you have to 90 degree the controls, right? Like, I get it. It still blows my mind. I'm like, how does that even work? It's still like, I get it. I know what it's doing. It's just like, okay. Dude's built different. Yeah. 7. There was a guy that streamed a lot on Twitch a little while back that was a Chinook pilot, and he was telling me that the Army and Boeing, even though the guy that designed the Chinook is like long retired, they still call him and ask him how he figured some of this stuff out. Yeah, they still consult with that dude. Yeah, there you go, caveman, right? Yeah, that's how, dude, the Chinook's design is insane. It's just, it's nuts. It is absolutely insane. What is this? Forge? Why in the hell would someone choose to go into battle on this? Pop up, shoot 4 tanks, drop back down. No, I understand that, Novin, but you're going to pop up and immediately get railed by a Hellfire missile. Like, I get it. The idea is decentralized attack. Like, I get it. But also, I can't help but think that, you know, you could just do the same thing with a with a nice drone nowadays. Did you watch the GTA update video? Yeah, Linus, I did. Yeah, that's China. Yeah. They're really serious about it. Something something valuing human life something something. Yeah, guidance systems are pretty cheap when you have 2 billion people in your country, I guess. Human guidance systems. Dude, I see those things and all I can think of is the Oka. Anybody know? The MXY-7? One of the first cruise missiles? Cutting edge for the time. Very advanced guidance system. Biological guidance system. Yeah. That's literally what those are. Yeah, those gyros are crack teams. That's a one-way hit to try and get lucky enough to score a shot on whoever you're fighting against. Gee, I wonder who that would be. What is this, Forge? Remember what they took from you. I don't hate it. Jeez. All right. That's yeah, neural net guidance systems in the 40s. Yeah, I know. Fellas, I'd honestly be worried about, like, firing that cannon because of, you know, Newton's third law, equal and opposite reactions. Like, if the helicopter's just sitting there hovering, you're going to fire that cannon and the helicopter's going to do this. It's going to freaking, you know. The pilot would have to compensate every time they fired that cannon. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why they didn't do that. When I was on my ship, we actually did live missile fires at drone aircraft. Yeah, oh yeah. Gotta make sure it works. Operational readiness, am I right? Just fire another one in the opposite direction. Counter-firing artillery. Very Chinook. If one of the guns is pointed at enemy lines, Blue, where's the other gun pointed? Don't worry about it. No, I'm worrying. No, I'm still worrying. Alright. Let's take this thing off of SpaceX launch coverage and we'll get back to MLB stuff. The other enemies are All the way around Earth. Oh yeah, okay. Imagine a Chinook with a pair of forward-firing Gao 8s. That... Okay. Okay, no more space news links. Let's get back into KSP. Tessa, if a Gao 8 was on a Chinook, the Chinook would have to be going forward at a very, very high speed, or else when it shot it, the Chinook would just go. It would shoot this way, and the thing would just go. And if that gun isn't mounted on the longitudinal center of mass, yeah, it'll flip over. It would be like firing RCS out the bottom. It's not, because Newton's law do be like that. Hey, CN, what's up, dude?
Discovery, going
Hello.
throttle up.
22 months. Thanks, buddy. CN, what have you been up to? Alright, so we're working with the first stage. I was trying to do ground support vehicles here. That's what we were trying to get at. When are we going to start building space stations again in a moon base? After I move. I've been really busy with working on Sibers right now. Also getting into pulse tube refrigeration as a personal project. Cool. Yeah. Canadian, the reason why I'm kind of working on this at a snail's pace right now is because I don't want to get too involved with this and forget about doing moving things. Like, if that makes any sense. Like, does that make sense? If I get involved with this is going to be my sole, like, priority, and that's not a good thing to do when you have real life stuff like moving to kind of on your mind, you know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I'm messing around with Kraken drives and just kind of having some fun with KSP. And then once we get settled after the move, that's when this stuff really, really, really will get figured out. Like, that's when... So, Kerbal, the developers... Private Division basically said that Kerbal 2 is coming out in 2023. I don't know what that means. Does that mean the beginning of 2023? Quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4? What does that mean? I don't know. I have to go ahead and assume that it's going to be the beginning of 2023. And that's probably not a correct assumption. However, yeah, I think that's the plan. Like, that's what I'm going to plan for, because that's the worst case scenario, right? So, what I want to do is, after we move and as we approach the end of this year, I want to get MLV up and running, I want to get HLV up and running, and then I want to go to town in mission mode. That's why I'm taking my time with this vehicle's construction. I'm really making sure I think about every single thing. I'm leaving no stone unturned in the engineering. I don't want Kraken strikes with the MLV. I don't want drifting hydraulics. I want this thing to be able to jump in, do a mission, and that's it. You know? Yeah, I hear you. Just excited to get back where we left off. I know you're busy, just asking. Yeah, no, that's why I'm explaining it. Ah, that was my elbow. Oh, right on the edge of the desk, too. Oh, God. And now I'm coughing, too. Lovely. Oh, my hand's asleep. Right, dude, right on the edge. Ow. I thought newer Chinooks were fly-by-wire, at least a digitally stabilized augmented system, so firing a Gal 8 would be stabilized. That... Is it possible to overpower an SAS in KSP with another force, Nero? I don't think people realized how much thrust a Gal 8 has. Dude, take some light days until you're settled. Hokey, that's pretty much what I'm going to do through August. The first week of August, I'm doing space news and rocket launches, and that's it. And I hate it. I hate it that I have to do that, because I know that time away from the stream is bad for it. But also, my expectation here is that that's going to pay off by the end of August. You know what I mean? With a really killer setup, and then, you know, now that, you know, when the dust is settled for moving and stuff, I can use basically September, October, November, December of this year to do nothing but focus on Kerbal and like wrenching on cars and stuff like that. I am basically just kind of I'm basically just kind of having fun in KSP right now. It's calm before the storm, dudes. Work-life balance. Anesthesis, I don't... Personally, I don't believe in that. I understand people need work-life balances, though. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I don't do that. Work is my life because I love what I do. It doesn't really count with me, now does it? So, yeah. I'm basically planning, fellas, a big push for Kerbal and wrenching content in September, October, November, December. I want to get us back to building landers. I want the payload vehicles and the rockets figured out so I can make any type of payload that I want, and I don't have to worry about re-engineering the launch vehicle. I can just put it on there, and I know it'll get into space if it's below X amount of mass, right? Maximum on-orbit flexibility with the MLV and HLV. That's the idea. They can do whatever, you know. That's the expectation. The average recoil force of the Gal 8 is 10,000 pound force, 45 kilonewtons, which is slightly more than the output of one of the A-10's two TF-34 engines. Yeah, a lot of thrust. Guns do make thrust. They do. That's how they get the bullet to go over there fast. It's 375 penta. So, yeah. That's why, like, MLV progress has been a little bit slow lately, guys, and I'm just having some fun with Kraken drives. This is the calm before the storm, dudes. But yeah, I will hit it guns blazing after I move. Yeah, we got to do that. I want to give KSP 1 the proper send-off that it needs. You know what I mean? That it deserves. And like I said, the developers have said 2023. I have to assume that means January 2023. That would be good for streaming content, you know? Because I don't want to have unfinished business in KSP 1 when KSP 2 comes out. That would not be cool. I moved across the country 2 years ago, and wow, that was brutal. Definitely take your time and don't stress about getting it all done now. Yeah, Fall, absolutely. Like I said, the first week of August, dudes, it's only space news. Only space news and launches. And the second week is basically only launches. That's it. If there's a high-profile launch, I'll cover it. I need that week off to move the big stuff. First week, I'm moving small stuff. Third week, we get back into doing... Well, go back to space news and rockets, and then by the fourth week of August, everything should be good. And basically, we should be back to normal by the fourth week of August, by Labor Day, basically. Poppy, I'm in Massachusetts, in Boston. And I'm not moving too far away. It's about 45 minutes from the apartment. So, I gotta get everything figured out. Hi, Bluegill. No, this can't be true. So, yeah. There's a reason why I'm taking my time. I need this vehicle to be perfect, Canadian. It needs to be perfect. Because, guys, MLV is going to get more use in mission mode than the shuttle did in my mission mode 1 save. And I basically I used the shuttle for everything. This is going to get a lot of use. Oh, yeah. Doing anything for Artemis 1? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's going to be chaos, Blue. The last week of August, the entire month of August is going to be chaos for me. And obviously, that's when Starship and SLS are slated to go, which, of course. Hey, Defense, what's up, dude? So, I'm not gonna say that I have to play it by ear, but and that's not something you generally do with rocket launches. But yeah, that's something I gotta figure out. Nice, Funky. There you go. You like Boston? Oh yeah, no, it's a nice place. So yeah, if this is why I'm taking my time with this stuff. I'm trying to figure it all out. I'm trying to get it done right, and kind of go from there. Have I seen this? Ugh. That's bad. That's terrible. May the light be green all the way. Yep. Guys, yeah, like, the thing is, dudes, I haven't really taken a weekend off in, like, a month. Every weekend has been me wrenching on the truck. That's all I do. I just wrench on the truck, and then that's it. The reason why is because we need tough enough for moving. That's important. And I need it to pass inspection because the state has vehicle inspection. So I've been basically de-hooning it, de-scumbagging the truck. It's almost back to stock. There ain't much more that I need to do to get the truck back to how it came from the factory, for the most part. Yeah, there's not much more. I have a couple of fuel lines that I need to replace for the second tank. Hey, Apple. And then there's obviously the paint, but the paint is cosmetic, so I don't really... Whatever. I don't care. It has to be mechanically good. Apple, thank you for the tip, man. Friends help you move. Best friends help you move bodies. Well, that escalated quickly. Decided on the paint? Just fleet whited, man. For now. I decided I'll do a whole thing on how to paint. Yeah, good content for the stream after I move. Yeah, it's just going to be painted fleet white. The reason why, and I know you guys are saying, fleet white? What do you mean? The reason why is most NASA trucks are painted fleet white. Reagan. See? They're all painted fleet white. That's literally what it's called. Because these are fleet vehicles. And the truck is a fleet vehicle. Now, it's not a 79 like that one. That's a nice truck. 79 F-250. Actually, that's a 350 if you look at the hub, because it's designed to carry the hydrazine purging gantry. Yeah. I wonder what happened to those trucks. Often. Dude, those trucks, Edmena, service the shuttle all the way until the end. Those 79s, the twin 79s. They use them all the way to the end of the program. Dodo! Tier 2 80-month resub. Ronald Reagan, the actor? Yep. So, fleet white is what NASA would paint it. If you guys were wondering, like, oh, but what about the NASA paint job? NASA paints their vehicles fleet white. Anybody know the reason? White paint is inexpensive, first and foremost, but white cars don't get as hot as dark cars. Yeah, thermals. True story. Because these vehicles are most likely work vehicles. You don't want your car getting too hot, because then it won't car anymore. Real friends help you move bodies. What if it's a lifting body? Does that help? Wait. Admana, hold on a second, Admana. You're telling me you don't like Reagan? This is my level of shock. Didn't see that one coming, now did I? No, yeah, that makes sense. Wait. You're telling me you don't like that guy? Come on. Wow, that's a shocking revelation, man. Jeez, didn't see that one coming. What about a bronze color? I just want to paint it fleet white random. Yeah, I'll just paint it back to the way it came from the factory, and then we can do cool stuff with it from there. There you go, Rand. Yeah. Funky, you're related to Ronald Reagan? Not even the actor? And who's the vice president? Jerry Lewis? Paint your house fleet white. I mean, yeah, a politician that isn't universally liked by everybody? Wait. Whoa. Slow your roll there, guys. No. Let's finish up this vehicle, shall we? Hey, Wolfie, what's going on? Yeah, Panta. Dark Mustang. The Mustang's triple black. Yeah. Black outside, black interior. With, well, it's not triple black. It's black outside, black interior with silver trim. The inside of that car gets hot. Yeah. Like, really freaking hot. It's leather seats. Yeah. Ow. Don't wear shorts. The bottom of your legs will get burned. Alright, let's go. So you like to turn your legs into bacon. Tell me about it. Okay. Fine Corinthian leather. Yeah. Alright. So, fellas, I want to test something. I really want to make a test rig before we go and finalize the dual crane system. I was thinking about this the other day. I really want to just make sure that the dual crane system does work, if that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put together a very, very quick and simple transport cart, and then I want to make a test crane. I want to make a test crane just to see. Well, for testing purposes, and I want to make sure, I want to check like hierarchically how this thing is going to end up working. So I think it would be fun, and this isn't going to be like a high fidelity build. I think it would be fun, and I think it would be useful to understand to build something like this. So I can't think of a better way to mess with this than doing something like the B2 test stand. This is where a big gigantic test stand where NASA tests rockets. Don't worry, it's not going to be like this. It's not going to be crazy. Yeah, it's not going to be that nuts. I just want to make sure that a dual crane system does work correctly. So it'll be like kind of a bare bones version of this. And I just want to make sure that that is a good way to integrate things. That's all. So I'm going to start a new craft file here, and give me a probe core first. And this is going to be Project Ares MLV crane test stand. Project Ares medium launch vehicle crane, or this is a dual crane testing rig, or testing stand. Updated 7/22/22. We will save this in the Project Ares folder, and we will go from here. So I want to try to build something like the B2 stand. It's the quickest and easiest thing that I can think of that's using a dual crane test stand. The other thing would be the Saturn V dynamic test stand in Huntsville. That uses a dual crane system. We could do either one, to be honest. Dual or dual, how did I spell it? Oh, Yeah, the cranes aren't fighting each other. Thank you. Or we could just do we could do 4670. The 4670 stand at Huntsville is a dual crane system that's a lot simpler than the B2 stand, that's for sure. Dual crane advantages. So random, the reason why I want to try and do a dual crane system like this is because theoretically a dual crane system is the easiest and the simplest way for the parts, for the part count, because remember, you don't want to have a big complicated launch pad. That's the simplest way to be able to get the vehicle from horizontal to vertical and back. Seriously, it's the simplest way to do it. Now, it's not the easiest way, but it is the way that it's going to have the least amount of parts. And that is the big reason why I'm thinking about doing this. Because a crane in Kerbal is not a lot of parts. It really isn't. Our gantry crane for the Freedom rockets never went over 200 parts, and that was the whole damn crane. The actual mechanism of the crane is maybe 20-30 parts, and it's really great capability for what it does, right? So if cranes are only 20-30 parts, I can't, and we have two cranes, right, on a system. Two cranes that are spread like that are enough to be able to take the rocket vertical to horizontal and back. I can't think of any other system that would be more than like 50 parts, or that would be less than 50 parts to do that, like a TDRV or something, the recovery vehicles that we've made. Even the integration trailers for Freedom, the crane is still less parts than that. Think about it. This will make it so our transport vehicles, like the one that you saw with the MLV just a second ago, really only just need to be a couple of rover wheels and an SRB and a holding system, and that's it. I don't need to make something ridiculously complicated like to recover my vehicles and store them if I need to. I don't need to make something like past vehicles that go out, grab the rocket, and then bring it horizontal. Like this. This was a vehicle that we engineered a little while ago called a Transporter Deconstruction and Recovery Vehicle, or TDRV for short. I landed a Falcon 9 style booster. This thing had a strong back on it and would basically go vertical, grab the booster, we'd fold the legs up, and then it would bring it down. That vehicle, minus the stage, was like 400 parts. And it was notoriously complicated. It worked, but it was really freaking complicated, and it drifted all over the place because just robotics. So I'm thinking the dual crane system is the best. That's the best application for taking rockets and moving them from horizontal to vertical. I would pay to watch two cranes fight though. Put wrecking balls on them. You want to go akimbo cranes? Yep. Oh yeah. I like the Saturn V stand. Okay. Can I have link perps? It's how ULA does this. I mean, it is cool looking, but it's also a lot of parts. And you got to remember, we don't want to. You have a lot of parts. I don't need 1,000 parts around the pad when we're trying to launch a vehicle, and more importantly, when we're trying to land one. Think about it. We don't want to come back down and have the frame rate tank to all hell when we go to land the booster. That wouldn't be good. Yeah, this is how ULA does it. Yeah, Brian, ULA actually uses a dual crane system as well, if you really want to know. And I know what you're going to say. What do you mean they use a dual crane system? I only see the bridge crane right there. Well, what's this thing? What's this thing with the white stripes on it? That's not crane rigging, huh? What they do with Atlas is they actually lift it up off the trailer, and the dual crane system puts Atlas down on that A-frame. See? This thing, that yellow component right there, has flanges on the bottom, there, and there, and that bolts to a trailer. But ULA has this A-frame thing that's on train wheels right here. And when Atlas V drives up, they need a second crane to lift Atlas with its pivoting peg right there up onto the A-frame. So they bolt the bridge crane to the front, and they use a telescoping crane right here. They lift Atlas entirely up. The second crane puts Atlas on the A-frame and then lets it go, and then they do this. They're actually using 2 cranes as well, but they have the A-frame there instead. With this design, I mean, this will work. I can do that. Yeah, I can do this. That wouldn't be too bad. I can make that happen. But I still think an integrated 2 crane system like the dynamic test stand or the B2 test stand. See the red and white cranes? There's one there and there's one there. So how this system works is they pick the entire thing up, and then one crane, the taller crane, pulls up, and the lower crane stays in the same spot. So it'll turn the rocket vertical, and then they just undo the second crane, and it picks it up and puts it where it needs to go. I want to test to see if this is a good solution. Yeah, so I don't want to make something super complicated like this, but I also need a way to be able to get the rockets from horizontal to vertical quickly. And I want something that's not going to be a lot of parts. So building this crane test stand is how we're going to do it. So here's what we're going to do. Nutbuster, you said that you liked the dynamic test stand or 4670. 4670 could work. That probably is the simplest out of all of these things. But the dynamic test stand does have a dual crane system as well. It's almost like every piece of Apollo infrastructure has the same type of integration mechanism. The twin crane system. Every system, every piece of integration equipment use the exact same cranes. See? 2 cranes means a lot of parts. No. Cranes in KSP are not complicated, Nick. They're really easy to make, and they're not a lot of parts. It's actually the opposite of that. There's the inside of the dynamic test stand. I think that dual cranes is actually it's not the easiest way to do things, but because it's hard to manage 2 cranes at once, right? Obviously. It's hard to manage 2 of them. But I do think that this is going to be a little bit more complicated to get these 2 cranes to work together, but it's the least amount of parts. So even a more complicated way to put this booster together will still end up taking less time than a simpler integration mechanism, because we're working in real time because of the low part count. It's something I've been weighing in my head for a good amount of time. This is the lowest part count solution. And it'll allow us, because we're working in real time, where the game isn't slowing down because of high part counts, we can integrate actually faster despite this being slightly more complicated. Alright. Simple is better if you want less technical problems. Okay. Well, by that calculation, Nutbuster, we should make 4670, because that's the simplest one. So Marshall Space Flight Center test stand 4670. 4670 was probably the simplest out of all of these. It's a single cell test stand. There it is. Alright. I can make this. No problem. Okay, let's do it. Hey, Simcrash Mike. What's up, dude? Thanks for the explanation. Yep. Alright, so we need high impact parts. That one is 17, and this one is 10,000, and they're both 50 meters a second impact. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is that. I'll put one of these down here. Alright, now I need to change up the orientation in my mind. So if we have the test stand oriented inside of the SPH, the side with the flame bucket is going to be pointed backwards. So that means we're oriented this way. We're going this way. So this is the front of the stand with the flame bucket pointed in the opposite direction. Let me think about it. I'm just thinking, I'm trying to piece this together in KSP, fellas. Give me a moment. What are the difference between the test stand and a launch pad? Duration of the burn, Kick. Launch pads aren't really designed to have a rocket fire in it for a long period of time. They're only really designed to do it for a second. Test stands are much more heavy duty. They're way more heavy duty than a launch pad because they're designed to withstand burns for like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way up to 8 minutes. That B-2 test stand took 4 shuttle engines firing into it for 8 minutes, no problem. So think about it. You need a constant pad deluge system. You're delivering a lot more water than a regular launch pad. That's why these things have these crazy big flame buckets. And if you look, the bottom of the test stand looks like a dang flume ride. Because that's basically what it is. It's a gigantic log plume. What do you think about NanoRacks Lockheed Martin space station that is being developed? What's good for the goose is good for the gander, Mike. I'm a fan. My rule of thumb, dude, as somebody that commentates on spaceflight and somebody that just likes space as a whole, is that if anybody has the balls to throw their hat into the ring and put their money where their mouth is, figuratively, not literally, they have my respect. So I'm happy about the emerging commercial low Earth orbit market. I'm very happy about it, and I won't speak bad about anyone that has the stones to try and go make a private space station. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan of everything, though, because I like space. Screw me, right? You've been talking about it with some people that work about it. You work for Lockheed. Right on, dude. Hell yeah. That's cool. Yeah. I like Lockheed. TriStar. If you know, you know. Oh, boy. That's cool, man. That's pretty neat. Yeah, I think I'm going to need a refresher. Still getting over COVID, man. I'm going to need a refresher on what exactly they're trying to do with NanoRacks. I've seen it before. I've seen it before, but I'd need to go look at the exact thing. But I knew it's Lockheed. It's not going to suck. It's freaking Lockheed, man. That's not going to be bad. I know that. It's freaking Lockheed Martin wouldn't put its name on if it was a piece of junk. Seriously. Making stuff for the F-35. I would love to work in the space division, though. Mike, I've been a pretty vocal advocate for the F-35 for a long period of time, and I get notorious amounts of crap. Well, not so much lately. Not so much, but 5 years ago, dude, I would get crap from all angles anytime. It was so ridiculous that I couldn't even talk about the F-35 in chat. I had rules about not talking about it. It's good now. It's fine now. But yeah, everyone's like, over budget. I'm like, yeah, what aerospace project isn't? Kind of par for the course. This is just a much bigger aerospace project, right? I get it. Oh man, I got grilled by people from that back in the day. Okay. The F-35 is a good aircraft, man. Really good. But yeah, that's cool, man. Good to meet you, dude. Anyway, I'm going to try building this test stand out. So, we need 4 big concrete posts. So we need something that's super high mass, obviously, to hold the rocket in place if we're going to make the test stand and the test cranes. And then we need basically a jig for the launch pad in the center. That shouldn't be too hard. And Nutbuster, what I always tell people about the F-35 is you try designing one plane for 3 branches of the military. And you try telling me that your stakeholder expectations aren't going to change constantly. I'm frankly amazed that that thing didn't go double what it did over budget. It's ridiculous. If you know about military procurement and how it works, everyone's like, oh, it's so over budget. I'm like, dude, the fact that it's not like $1 trillion over budget is frankly shocking. That is a complicated project. And top brass always changes their mind about what they want. They change the stakeholder expectations all the freaking time. It's really annoying, actually. Remember, what I've been trying to teach you guys about systems engineering. If you change your goals for the project when you've already started, after you've already started the project, the budget will balloon out of control. It happens every time, without fail. So if you start out by saying, for instance, oh, I want to build a reusable launch vehicle that brings its upper stage engines back. I want to use that. And I want it to be reusable. So we need to try and optimize it as much as we can to try and get it as reliable as we can. And then 5 years later, you decide that you want to make the vehicle safer and that it's safer to operate it with less frequency. So not launching it once a week, launching it once every 3 months, for instance. It's almost like it gets expensive really quickly. Because now you have to retrofit the systems that were designed for a completely different purpose to do your for your new expectations, for your new requirements. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, Dead Crew, it does happen, man. It happens. Anyway, test stand, fellas. Let's go. Dang, that got personal fast. Shrubbery, look how they massacred my boy. Look how they massacred my boy. So how long until the brass says that they need retrofitted specialized versions of the F-35 for each branch? That happened like years ago. There's a reason why there's an F-35 A, B, and C. Because the Air Force doesn't need a VTOL plane. And frankly, neither does the Navy. The Marine Corps wanted one, though. And the Air Force doesn't need heavy-duty landing gear for landing on carriers. But the Navy wants that, but the Marine Corps doesn't need that because they're VTOLing. Like I said, the fact that that project's budget didn't, like, exponentially run out of control is frankly amazing. Like, I'm shocked. From pilots who actually flew the production jet, it's mind-blowing performance. I mean, the F-35 is a monster, Nero. It is a monster. Monster of an aircraft. The only thing that I think is a better aircraft is the F-22, which is also a Lockheed design. See what I mean? Lockheed ain't in the business of making junk, fellas. They don't do that. That's not how they roll. Just saying. Okay. Not fractal, yeah, they're pretty good. Pretty good. And now, Tessa, I will agree with that. Jack of all trades, master at none. But with that being said, the F-35 is pretty damn good. I'm just trying to look and see how I can translate this design simply into KSP. It shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, we got the 4 towers, and it's centered around the launch pedestal, or centered around the launch plate. We need it, and we also need the pad in the 1962 configuration, not the 76 or 88. 76 one doesn't fire anything. It's just an external tank testing facility. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. We need our, I was going to say, we need our root part to be like somewhere over here. But this is a great album. Yeah. OICU 812. Yeah, this guy, I don't know who this guy is. We never figured it out, but yeah. He does, like, takes pictures of the test stands and stuff. I'm just trying to collect some reference up in my mind here, fellas. Got to figure out what I'm going to build before I build it. Stakeholder expectations, right? Yeah, the last time this thing was used was as a shuttle engine test stand. See the mount for the shuttle engine right there? And then the retractable service gantry for the stand. Okay. Okay. Yep, there's the crane. Okay. So we have you have a fixed derrick right there out the back. You got your center pin that goes all the way up to the top. Okay. Yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, no, this thing's a monster, dude. Yeah, okay. 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 Alright, cool. So, let's go. Alright, I'm gonna build the thing because of the SPH. I always build in the SPH, guys, because the camera can be moved around like this. I'm going to build the test stand kind of on its side. I think that's a good way to do this. So, yeah, here's what we need. Don't save. We need the launch pad for a moment here, and then I need to get the launch pad flange. So the launch plate for the vehicle. Get rid of that. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. There we go. Get rid of that. And then I need to set this as the root, like this. And it looks like that fuel line got a little messed up. Hold on. Sometimes struts and whatnot, when you take parts from one thing and put it in the other, they just like to move around. Okay, so we're gonna go with 4 times symmetry, right? Because we want the big test stand sides. So what I'm going to do, once again, we will use the Mark IIIs and let me think. If I rotate this like that, yeah, that's gonna screw that up. Okay. Now, these things, I don't need them to have any fuel in them, and they can just be grandparent parts strutted. Actually, I am going to need these things to be a little bit heavy, because it needs to be able to hold the rocket down. But, yeah, okay, so give me Yeah, these things have 50 meters a second impact tolerance, so I'm gonna give myself a spot here to give myself a spot here to put mass and whatnot. New destroyer inbound. Senate Navy pushing for Bath Iron Works Ingalls DDGX destroyer team up. Cool. That's neat. Cough just doesn't go away, dudes. It's really, really annoying, actually. Okay. Jello and ice cream, I tells you. I can't do that right now. And the reason why I can't do that right now is because people get annoyed with me and they give me crap if I try to eat on stream, remember? It gets really annoying and really old really fast, but, you know. So I'm just gonna put a placeholder here for where the flame bucket should be, just so people kind of get a better idea of what I'm trying to make here. This will not be in the final design. It's actually not bad for a placeholder. It actually looks pretty right. It's about the right size too. There we go. If you're making a lot of parts like this, you put them all together. When you first place it down, it's better to auto strut it then, because when you duplicate a part, it carries the auto strut over, rather than having to go back in here and do this all the time. Why did it dupe radial symmetry? What the hell? Whatever. So I found the most cursed video ever in the NASA archive today. It's gonna be tall, yeah. As final preparations are underway for Artemis 1, NASA loaded the mission's commander aboard Orion. Communicating camp hosts will measure launch vibrations, acceleration, loads, and radiation levels during the Artemis 1 mission. Yeah, there could be a body in there, and no one would ever know. I'm keeping that. I'm keeping that. That's going into space news, man. That's pretty damn funny. That's awesome. That's pretty good, Vulcan. That's good. I like that. Oh, I needed that. I need to test my dual crane system, Vulcan, and I want to test it. I want to try to build it on something quick, like this. This is going to be a quicker design, and I want to test the dual cranes. Just, I'm really interested to see how that'll hold up. So I'm working on building a. This is not going to be like super high fidelity. It's just going to be something that kind of gets the general point across. And I need this words, EJ, words, man. I ask for words, I get coughs. I just need a general kind of placeholder. So like I said, this isn't going to get too nuts. It's just, yeah, something I'm just kind of screwing with. Like, I'm just making this placeholder so it just looks right. It does look kind of cool though, just on a side note. You're making a half pipe? Yes. Quarter pipe. Oh, here we go. Wiener time has come. Okay. Now I just gotta. Once again, this is just placeholder stuff. I'm building this quick. It's not supposed to look like perfect. It's just supposed to work. We need to get into the cranes and how the cranes are going to move around. That's way more important. Save. Does this thing want to explode if I put it out? Oh, wait, there is one thing. One more thing. That'll work. I'm wondering if this flame trench is just gonna flap around, but yeah, we'll see. Project Ares, save that, and just put it out, launch anyway. Wouldn't it be cool if we made like a half pipe in KSP, and then we had a skateboard. We made a skateboard, and we put a probe core on it with SAS. Just do the tricks. And just we could do it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sweet. Cool. I'll take 2 number 9s. Number 9 large. How do you switch to different crafts when in space or on the ground? Bracket keys, Alex. The bracket keys will do it if it's in render range. If not, hit escape, go to the quick save, hit escape, go to the tracking station, and do it that way. An extra cough with extra phlegm. Okay. Alright, so now I need the deck right here. The launch deck. Yeah, okay. It'd be stronger if I just put these out here. Huh. Oh, are we not perfectly centered? Oh, we are now. Oh, okay. I guess I wasn't exact. That ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna fit. The damn salami lid ain't gonna fit. It won't fit like that. Ain't gonna fit like that. Once again, this thing is not, it's designed to be made quick. Just so it's usable. There. Good enough. Fighting there, but whatever. Alright, so save, and now we gotta figure out put that there. That'll hold that together. Now we gotta... Or I'm gonna put it out there. I'll put it out and make sure it works. Now we gotta figure out where we want to put the cranes. How do we want to do this? Sorry, Element. Yeah, I won't. The first 10 seconds of... Okay. Nice. Alright. Now we're gonna need ballast tanks. I gotta have tanks that hold this thing in place. So what we're gonna do now... I'm gonna park these tanks out here, like this. And these, once again, those ones are just gonna be used for ballast, just to hold the thing in position. And now I'm gonna use the small monoprop tank on a grandparent strut to hold them up. So I'm gonna rotate that way. And note that I'm using the same style of parts, because the same styles of parts will snap on absolute. If I snap this to absolute like this, and I just clip it enough into the ground, I know good and well that it's basically going to be lined up. And, oh, it looks like the monoprop tank is not exact. If you have multiple branches in your hierarchy touching the ground like this, you got to make sure that they're level, or else sometimes you can bring the vehicle back out onto the pad or something, or you go to it after a time warp, it'll blow up, or a part will just randomly break off, which is annoying to say the least. Now I have something to measure it right there, so we're good. And then what we do is I take this strut, that's in 2x mirror, I go like that, and then we do the same thing over here. And that should hold my ballast tanks in place. This thing needs to be heavier than the thing that it's going to be lifting up. Yeah, that's just physics. If the crane is 100 tons and the rocket's 200 tons and I go to lift it up, the rocket will lift the crane, not vice versa. Why is this pad so tall? I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to talk and that's what comes out. I made it tall so I can really measure the articulation with the cranes, Loopy. Because if I'm going to test out the double crane system, I'm going to make the cranes similar to these types of cranes, i.e. not gantry. If we're going to do tests, let's test. You know what I mean? We'll test the dual crane system, and I'm going to make these types of cranes. I can do this. With hybrid tech, we can make it, and it'll work. Now, like I said, the cranes are going to be a little bit more parts than the gantry crane, but they won't be more than 20 to 30 parts a piece. I'm making the test stand to test the double crane system. I'm trying to build it like Marshall 4670, which is the first Saturn V test stand for the first stage. I'm trying to make it like that. Yeah. Drink syrup and talk less. Talk less. Yeah, Chief, I'll get right on that. Hello, Pace. How are you, my friend? There we go. Happy Friday. Yep. Okay, cool. So we got the stand figured out. We have our ballast tanks. How much does the thing weigh? We're at 380 tons. I don't think the first stage... If I'm remembering right, MLV first stage was 263. So that means our TWR is going to get nowhere near 1. It'll get to about 0.66. So those ballast tanks are enough. Cool. Alright, so this is the front of the test stand. These test stands are designed to have the rocket come in perpendicular. So they come in over here. Come in this way. And where are the cranes mounted? There's one kind of coming off the side there. I need a good shot of the thing from the front. That's when NASA sold it to Blue Origin. Okay. The first crane's way up there. Okay. And then there's a little kind of out thing right there. Alright. Yeah, Loopy. I figured let's just screw with a test stand. If I'm going to just completely design the cranes, I don't want to finalize anything for the launch pad because I need to test the 2-crane system. So I figure as long as we're going to test the 2-crane system, to be absolutely sure, I'll test the 2-crane system. I'll test the 2-crane system with a type of crane that's more likely to cause hierarchical problems than the gantry crane. Like as an absolute, like, balls to the wall test, you know what I mean? Like, if we're gonna do it, let's figure out a complicated crane. And if the complicated crane can do it, that means we know the gantry cranes can do it. Because it's a much simpler hierarchical design. Does that make sense? Okay, so for this, I'm gonna need one piece. There we go. I gotta go get another cough drop soon, fellas. Are you not into cranes? Are you not into cranes? Hey, Shen. What's going on, buddy? What's up, Shenru Raiders? Hey, thanks for the raid. Shen, you feeling better, dude, or what? I'm still coughing up a damn storm. It's really, really annoying. Pain in the butt to do as a streamer. When you gotta talk all day. When you just constantly want to freaking cough. It's really, really annoying. Anyway, you guys know my buddy Shen. I don't know if he's here. He probably went to bed or something. If he's not, no problem. Shen plays a lot of different variety games. He's been playing Hearts a lot lately. So, like, if you like... Actually, watching Shen play Hearts of Iron is what made me want to play it on here. I'm not going to lie to you. But anyway, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? I'm EJ. I do space things. I'm trying to build a test stand for one of my rockets to make sure that... You know, despite it being Kerbal, where it's kind of funny to blow the rocket up, I'm trying to make sure, I know it's going to sound weird, I'm trying to make sure that the rocket doesn't do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure it doesn't do that. So I'm building a test stand for it, and I'm building a test stand for the things that pick it up and put it on there. I like building the service equipment for rockets, because I'm weird. It's just kind of what I do. Hey, Twidget, what's going on? Imagine not blowing something up in Kerbal. Yeah, I know. Weird, right? Looks like at least one science. Ah, yeah. At least one. Just one, though. Okay, now I need to bring the rocket in that I'll be picking up and moving. I need to bring this in because I need to see how tall I need to make the stand. Twitchy, thanks for the resub, buddy. I do appreciate it. Sometimes it duplicates it inadvertently like that. And yeah, it looks like some of the struts didn't run, but that's why I don't generally like sub-assembling stuff, but okay. Alright. Trying to get a picture of the stage in the test stand, how NASA did it. Oh, that's an even smaller test stand. Oh, it's got two posts and then it's just a lattice system around the rest of the vehicle. Interesting. Okay. So, you know what we could do? Remove that from sim, remove that from sim, and then get rid of them. That's not the SLS stand, Loopy. That's 4670 at Marshall. It's a single cell test stand. So, i.e. one place for the rocket. It's not the B2 test stand, which is a double cell test stand. It's basically two 4670s next to each other. It's the same exact design. It's, well, not exact, but it's close. It's enough where people would get them confused. You know what I mean? The reason why I'm doing this is because it's simple. It's much simpler than trying to do the B2 stand. How did that sneak in there? Well, Jack, yeah, maybe. I want to make the cranes that move the rocket. I think this stuff is just as awe-inspiring as the rocket itself. The rocket wouldn't have done what it done without this. That was a sentence. The rocket wouldn't have done what it did without this. This was all necessary equipment. And it's a freaking monolith, dude. That's solid concrete. That's solid concrete that's like 20 stories tall, solid, all the way up to the top right here. That, dude, that will be there for thousands of years. Thousands of years. That's like when we're long gone, man, and we're an ancient civilization sometime in the future, people will discover these stupid things and they'll be like, what the hell is this? You know what I mean? That thing is going to be there for hundreds of thousands of years. It's not going away. Because it's a freaking absolute beast mode of a test stand. It's concrete, baby! Yeah, Gorthon, the hard part would be making the rails, but people have done it. People have made trains. I think Stratton Blitz made a train one time. He made a train that worked on, like, Moho. I'm still looking for reference. Yeah, okay. I see. Hey, Racer. What's going on? Yeah, Roman concrete. Yeah, it stood 2,000 freaking years, Tessa. And part of the crazy, we talked about this the other day, but part of the aquifers that the Romans designed like 2,000 years ago still work. That's just all right. Okay then. That's cool, Jack. Right on. How you been, dude? How's everything? How's little Jack? Everything good? Little Jack. No, that's too much. Yours is looking a lot cooler than now. Teenager now, jeez. Oh, what's that part that went up? Pray, what? Fod? What happened? Hey, it was so cool to finally find a KSP streamer. Glad Shen brought you here. Hey, Alterabu, thank you. Shen's good people. Good dude. Slow-mo cam on a stand, it flew about 50 yards away. Document the behavior. Will you also launch from this? Unlikely, Tom. Yeah, probably not. No, I probably won't. Quick question for your crane that you put in Kerbal X. How can I make it longer for your launch pad? Add more SRBs. That should usually make it taller. That should be good enough. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay. That should be tall enough. So if that crane is right there, I need another crane right here. I think... Yeah, Frank, you should just be able to add SRBs in on the gantry crane, but that's easier said than done. It's because the way I built that crane is the posts that go down are kind of interlocked together on the hierarchy for structure. So if you like try to take one of the legs off, you're only going to take off a bit of the bottom. It's not like you can separate the entire bottom in one piece. But that was the way that I needed to make that to that was the way I needed to make that to get it to work correctly. Yeah. Here's a treat, chat. This isn't ITAR. It was cleared a year ago. Oh. Nice injectors. Prey, are you spraying... I see what you're doing. Axial oxidizer, and you're spraying the fuel radial into the oxidizer. Yeah, I get it. I see what it's doing. That the inner rings are one commodity, the outer rings are the other, and the inner rings are angled, and they're trying to spray into the axial flow of the outer rings. I get it. Right? That's what's going on there? I've been reading about this stuff, man. Propane and nitrous accessories. Friday afternoon meeting canceled. I'm new here. Do you fly rockets also? That wasn't funny.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Jack, 1413 sub. Thanks, dude. Fuel impinges on fuel, locks impinges on lock. The resulting streams impinge for combustion. Yeah, I got you. There's a central column of oxygen-rich combustion on the outermost ring sprays RP1 down the sides of the chamber. Interesting. That's cool, man. Okay, so make sure we have the right save directory. We do. Alright, so now what we need to do is, so we have a mount for a crane here, and then we have a mount for a crane here. How many parts are we at? 615. Okay, not bad. Not bad. This is going to be about 700 parts. It's a test stand creeper. Cool. Alright, so let's save this out like that, and then now what I need to do is I gotta take the first stage, right? I'm gonna take it, and then we gotta move it over here like this, and we gotta move it to where it would be in the integration position. So I'm gonna go ahead and guess that this thing would probably be like right around here, give or take. At about halfway. This will give us the reach. This will show us the kind of reach that the cranes need. So I'm just gonna leave that there for a moment. And all those freaking struts got messed up, but that's okay. That's the reach that we need. Cool. That's actually really not bad. Yeah. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make a... I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna make a pivoting piece right here. And what I'm going to do is put another plate on that pivoting piece, and then I'm just gonna make a long line of girder segments like this, right? And those girder segments should show me, if I just rotate this, you know, where we need to be. To lift this frickin' thing. Yeah, 3 segments long right there is more than enough reach to get at that booster. So that will give me the length of the boom here. You always want to overestimate a little bit. And also, it's up at like a 45-degree angle. But the cranes on these types of pads, the cranes that I'm trying to engineer on this type of pad, have a pivotable boom. In the past when we made gantry cranes, they have no boom. It's just a gantry with a crane with a winch attached to the top. So that gives us what we need for the crane. For the first crane. Or the first crane. Yeah, we're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. You're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe? Sorry. Hey, secretly, what is GSE? Ground Service Equipment. Anything that... any type of equipment... it's basically any type of equipment that's associated with a rocket that isn't the rocket. So pads, test stands, and stuff. I'm using this because I need to test out... I have a theoretical way of making... I have a I have a theoretical way of making cranes in KSP that I've never tried before that should really... This should really help. It's the dual crane system like what we saw during the Apollo program. They have one teeny crane over here. See the tiny crane? That's designed to lift up the back of the rocket, and then they have a big crane on the top that's designed to lift up the front of the rocket. So both of the cranes go down, they lift the stage up, and then one crane lets go, and then the other crane, well, not necessarily lets go. One crane goes up, the other one kind of stays attached. It rotates the stage up into position, they let the lower crane go, and then they pick the thing up and put it on the test stand. This is how Apollo, all the Apollo test stands use this type of system. And a two crane system, so having one crane grab the back of the rocket, one crane grab the top of the rocket when it's horizontal, lifting the rocket up, and then turning it upright, attaching the other crane, and then integrating is how NASA puts their rockets together right now. Heck, ULA does that. SpaceX does that when they're putting Falcon 9 onto the transporter erector. They have two gantry cranes that lift it up, and then they put it on the TE, and they lower the back one to get the thing attached, and then they lower the front crane. Everyone uses a two crane system to pick up rockets. Everybody does. Delta's probably the only one that doesn't, but you still need the horizontal gantry cranes to do that. So I figured out a theoretical way to try and do this without Kerbal freaking out, without Kerbal exploding. Like completely just... like completely taking a dump. I think I have a way to do this, and we're going to test that way. Yeah, I think. Starship uses one crane, the chopsticks, and that's it. It's because SpaceX is trying to avoid using something like this. The reason why I want to use this for mission mode, and the reason why I'm testing it right now, is because this is a very low part count solution. It's the lowest amount of parts that I can think of that can take a rocket from the horizontal position to the vertical position and vice versa. It's the lowest amount of parts that I can think of that can do this. I've made like integration equipment, like a transporter erector where you put the rocket on there and it turns it up vertical and then it can bring it back down, etc., etc. Those integration vehicles end up being thousands of freaking parts. The cranes are not too incredibly complicated. We can use hydraulics to go down there and grab the rocket. And honestly, even these boom cranes that we're making, they're not going to be more than maybe 20, 30 parts a pop. Seriously. So compare that to like a 400 part recovery vehicle that I can use to take the rocket from horizontal after this thing comes down and lands, and then bring it sideways, or taking a rocket horizontal. That's like a 400 part vehicle. These two things, the cranes that I'm going to build here, are maybe a 50 part vehicle, or that's 50 parts to do the same thing that 400 would do. See what I mean? I don't want one position, I want all the positions. Alright, so I think this one is going to need a boom that's just a little bit longer. That's the target docking port that we need to get at. So what I will do is I will take I-beams here. We'll attach the I-beam to the end. And we will see where this rotates. if it crosses the line. Damn, I almost got that right. But this thing isn't going to be perfectly horizontal like that. It's going to be up there. Like that. Where does that get us? Nope, not even close. So this one's going to have a big boom. So let me take that off for a moment, and then let's take this down here like that. I'm thinking, the crane isn't going to be made out of these girder segments. I'll most likely use an SRB for part count optimization. But I actually think that 5 segments of girder would probably be right. Let's rotate that up at 45 degrees. And then rotate it into position. Yes, that's more than enough. At least I think it is. Are we at 45? 15, 30, 45. So 15, 30, 45. We figured out the loading ring now? I thought that was the limiting factor. The loading ring. What's a loading ring? You should totally add a scocumbulator to diffuse the bigrenic fam from negatively impacting the drungle arm at the same time preventing it from blocking the encabulator. Yes. We need a sock drawer. The spinny bit that the crane... Oh, the rings? Yeah, I figured that out, Wookie. That's no problem. I'll show you. You'll see. You'll see. Hey, I think one of those may have been made up. No, Johnny, these are all real words. Of course. Why would we lie about this? Think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? Alright, well that one would only be at 30 instead of 45. I mean, the way the load, that puts a lot more shear load on the boom here. But then again, it's going to have a, yeah, we have variable boom height, so that shouldn't be too big of a deal. Yeah. Okay. I think we got the crane heights. Is there any downside to making this longer? Like, for reals? I don't think there is. The entire city of Boston disagrees. Disagrees with what? The Yankee hat is iconic. Yeah, because it's safe to like the Yankees. It's safe to like the Yankees because, you know, they've won the most World Series. It's the easiest team to root for. Try like in the Mariners. Bingo. That's what I'm getting at, Jax. Yeah. The hell is this crap? Yeah, exactly. Loopy. Yeah. Yankees fans are basic as hell. There, I said it. What? You literally root you literally root for the easiest freaking team. Like, it's the most widely recognized baseball team. And they have the most World Series. Such an easy it's so easy to be a freaking Yankees fan. Try being a freaking Red Sox fan, man. Now that's difficult. Laughs in Cleveland fan. Alright, yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and say you don't have it worse than me. Okay. Alright, well there's our crane design. Being a Yankees fan is like supporting Man U. Exactly. Yeah. Mets always break hearts. I was trying to laugh and a cough came out, Cloudy. Hey, no. See, Mets fans and I have a kinship. I don't like you because you're a team from New York, but you also hate the Yankees just as much as I do, so we're good. 1986 was bullcrap, but we're good. But then again, we played ourselves that time, didn't we? Didn't we? Okay, so all right, we got our cranes. We got the crane heights. Now we just got to build them. The Dodgers currently breathing down your neck. Bro. Come on. National League. Okay, you want to see what I have to deal with? Look at this. You want to see what I have to deal with? Okay, so let's go over here. You know, I get it. Giants and Dodgers. Look. So Dodgers is 670. Giants are 520. You got Rockies and the D-backs there. 462, 435. Padres are in it, but yeah. Look at that. See that? 670, 553, 522, 462, 435. You want to see what I have to deal with? Look at this. 681, 554, 538, and 500. Every team in the AL East is above 500. And then I have to deal with these bozos all the time. They did, Loopy. This is a hard division to be in, man. Look at it's 404, 391 in Kansas City. Like, the Astros have a freaking easy division because there's the Mariners, the Rangers, the Angels, and the Athletics. Hey, Angels, how's Ohtani working for you? Oops. Look at this. Look at this. They have to play against teams that are 33 and 62 with a 347 winning percentage. That means they win 34% of the time. Every team here in the AL East has a statistical probability of winning. It's 50-50 across the board. That's so to deal with this crap. See what I mean? It's easy being a freaking Yankees fan. They win 68% of the time. That's easy. That's easy. It's easy being a Yankees fan. That's convenience. It's gross. That stuff is gross. That stuff is gross. Astro earnings report. Oh God. 1:30 Pacific. Nice, Chris. There you go. Don't people say the same thing about the Patriots? Yeah, but I liked the Patriots when they were crappy in the 90s. And I will say the same thing about people that have liked the Yankees or from New York and it's their hometown team. I get it. But all the people in that damn picture that you shared, like one or two of them are from New York. Everybody else is just a convenient fair weather fan. You are sad because you're bad. Actually, the statistics say that we're not. But can't be bothered with stuff like math proving things. Right? Oh yeah, that's what happens. I respect anybody that's been a Yankees fan their whole life and is from New York. They have my respect. Those ain't fair weather fans. They go through the ups and the downs. But people wear Yankees hats. I see Yankees hats everywhere nowadays just because they're doing really well. Same thing with the Patriots. Patriots are just the Yankees of the NFL. I understand that. But like Foxborough Stadium is like right over there. It's not that far from me. 30 minutes away. Been a Patriots fan for a long time. They were crappy when I started watching them. Drew Bledsoe was the quarterback. That's cool, Chris. Right on. Like Red Bull fans. Right? Right? See? It's easy. No, it's more Mercedes fans. Mercedes is the Yankees of Formula One. It's easy to be a Mercedes fan when they won literally everything from like 2013 to 2020. That's easy. It's easy to be a Mercedes fan. Stickball, Jisp. Okay. Let's get rid of the booster here. We don't need it. We don't need it no mo. How much? This crane's 200 parts right now with its nice-looking flame trench. But everyone's a Ferrari fan. I also was a Ferrari fan when they sucked. Ferrari was not good in '96 when I started watching them. They were terrible. And guess what? Still terrible. Oh, shoot. Alright. 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 Jokes aside. Let's go. I have tenure, Dot. It's not a hipster if it's true. I have tenure. Okay? We have we have tenure. That's not what that means at all, man. Okay, let's get this done, dude. Alright, that's how long we need to make this. This crane does not need to be difficult.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Gorgon, what's going on? I'm going to rotate the test stand into a position where it's easier to make the crane. Alright, so now we got to work on the upper mount. Like that. I'm going to make sure the upper mount matches the lower mount. Oh. Huh. Huh. Alright, well I radially attached that there, so I'm going to put that there to make it look nice. And then we can grandparent part strut that, and it'll grandparent to the SRBs. And then I can put... Okay. Put that there. And then we need to get some good triangulation. So put that one there. And then put... That's fine. This is supposed to be kind of quick and dirty. Alright, so now what we need is I need to make the pin. Wookie, this is what I'm showing you. Watch this. So hybrid tech is the solution to this problem. So if I go in here, make sure we're saved. And then let me go into Yeeterino and let me grab Yeet Stick 5, merge that, and let me grab my Kraken bearing housings that we used on the drive. And then just... Alright, so put this like that. Make sure there's nothing inside of it. And then go up with it like this. And then we just got to make sure that that's lined up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of that nose cone. And then we're going to attach the I-beam to it. And then I'll turn the I-beam down like this. And then move that right into position. Cool. That's where that needs to be. Now, for the bottom here, I'm going to do the same thing. So I got to take the crane off for a second. We know it's 3 segments long. And then, yeah, that's the pivot point. So I'm going to mount the bearing. Actually, let me think about this for a moment. What would be the right way to mount this? Okay, yeah, that would be the right way to do that. So now we take that, turn the bearing upright, hit absolute snap, move it down into position. That bearing needs to be down basically like right there. The deck of the crane, so the pivot point will be right here. Okay, so now I gotta do the same thing. Grab the I-beam. And yeah, our pivot points aren't lined up. There we go. Make sure they're lined up left, right as well. Huh. That wasn't centered. That might screw with us a little bit, but I don't think that's going to mess with the boom length too hard. Alright, so now the show beam there for a second. I'm just going to take it off for a moment. That thing looks like it's hovering, but that's okay. It's fine. Okay. Now we need the crane. So, what do we do with the crane? So, we need a robotic piece. And I'm going to take the robotic piece. A servo will do us right. Heavy duty servo will do us right. So take the damper strength, put it down. Traverse rate should be set at 5 or something like this. And then I'm going to node attach that to the back of this. See that? And now we're going to rotate it upright. And we're going to put that thing right there. Okay, so here's what we do. Here's what we do now. We do basically the same thing up top. Right, same thing. And then I'm going to need to strut here. So 3 times will work. Like that. 3x symmetry should... That should do me right here. It's a crane for stacking. One of them, yeah. Got to design the other one, but yeah. Okay, so... This one obviously needs to have inverted rotation. Pretty straightforward stuff. And now I need to take... We need to attach 3 bearings here. I use the RCS as bearings because they're a perfectly spherical collider. They make great hinges. And then I'm going to take 3 of them and put them up here as well. Now we're going to go into action group 1 like this. Go right there. Enable. 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 Enable there. Enable there. Enable there. Fellas, side note, if you're looking for space news, I'm going to start space news at probably 5. Maybe a little bit later. When I finish building this crane is when I'm going to start it. Because we watched the Falcon 9 launch a little bit earlier, so it ate into Kerbal time just a little bit, so I'm offsetting it just a little bit. So, yeah, sit back, relax, enjoy some Kerbal with me. Or we could do space news sooner rather than later and go from there. So, I'm going to take one of these RCS balls and I'm going to put it as far up this as I can. Like right there. Okay? And then, I'm going to take the other 2. I'm going to turn those balls, got them. I'm going to turn them down for what? And they're going to go down here. Thoughts on a 2014 Jeep Liberty for $7,500? No. 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 Don't do that. The Jeep Liberty came out when Daimler owned Chrysler. Bad idea. There we go. Alright, cool. So now we're going to do the same thing down here. We're going to take this one. Sorry, Jeep Patriot. Point still stands. I haven't seen it yet, so Thomas, we'll go over it for space news, okay? Okay, so that gets us the pin for the crane. Wookie, the pin is huge on this thing. This is it won't break. It won't bind up or anything. Because the pin is super freaking tall. That's what they did with these cranes back in the day. So Would you mind elaborating on it? Daimler and Chrysler merged in 1998, and Chrysler thought they were merging, and the Germans, Chrysler built it as a merger of equals, and Daimler had other plans. They basically started to reduce costs for Jeep. They started putting Mercedes parts in it, off-brand Mercedes parts in Jeeps. And German parts are well engineered, but they're also complicated. So the Jeep design's basically from 2002 forward, maybe to 2003 for the Jeep TJ, get notoriously complicated, and they cost a fortune to fix. You don't want that car. Trust me on that one. You don't want one of those. The Germans can engineer parts. They can engineer parts great. Serviceability on these cars is expensive because they use Mercedes parts. Heck, the Chrysler 300M is a Mercedes E-Class. Yeah, Mercedes E-Class. They're expensive to fix those things. A complicated off-road car, never a good idea. Indeed. Enraged. Yeah, indeed. That's why I told you, don't buy a Cherokee. Actually, you could buy any Cherokee. They stopped making the Cherokee because Daimler's like, no, this car is not good for us. It's very, very primitive for our German standards. That's literally what they said. So you know how we talk about when McDonnell Douglas and Boeing merged, and how McDonnell Douglas ruined Boeing? Same thing. Same exact thing. Actually, it happened at about the same time too. Funny how that works. No, Mikey, no, it's so not right. Yeah, you can't do it. Yeah. I wouldn't buy a Jeep past 2003. I would not do that. No, sorry. Junk. No, they're not junk. They're nice cars, but they're a pain in the butt to fix. Primitive for German standards should be a strong selling point. Bilbo, that's what they did. Chrysler thought they were going to merge as equals, right? And Chrysler would get access to the European markets. The Germans said, nah, we are not doing that. Yeah. And then they made Chrysler discontinue all their legacy designs. And then started making just rebadged Mercedes as Jeeps. Yeah. Great. And I'm not trying to knock the Germans, dude, but Jeeps are supposed to be simple. They're military. They're supposed to be mil-spec vehicles. That's what they started as. Like, I get it, a brand can evolve. But they're supposed to. That's what they're supposed to be. Hey, Alleviate, what's up? All right, fellas, we could talk about this more. Let me finish this crane, okay? I know you're talking about Turbo Encabulator, dude. I know exactly what you're talking about. I have that video memorized, man. What about an 87 HJ60? That seems kind of neat. Yeah. Those are cool. Yeah, HJ60. I had to be sure. I didn't know if you were still talking about Jeeps. Yeah, old Land Cruiser. Those are cool. Yeah, those are cool trucks. I mean, me personally, I'd go with the Jeep that was designed to compete with it. I like Wagoneers. Wagoneers are cool. Well built. They're so well made that people still use these things for off-roading because they are that well made. They made an updated video, same actor 30 years after. Yeah, the sock drawer. I know, Jisp. Yeah, Turbo Encabulator's a meme on this stream, dude. Yeah, it's Such a good video, though. Oh, it makes me laugh, man. Call it the sock drawer. What? They're bringing back the Wagoneer? No, they're not. No, nope. No, they're not. Yeah, no, no. Nope. That is not true. Hey, it's 2022. I can, if it doesn't, no, I don't like it, so it doesn't exist. The Grand Wagoneer with a big engine starts at 80 grand. $80,000 for a friggin' Jeep. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean about the Germans and everything. Every SUV has to be this nowadays. It has to be that. It has to be this piece of junk. Every one. It has to compete with the G-Wagon. It has to be a luxury SUV. Nope, 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 not ranting. Germany, this is your fault. That's your fault. Your fault. Your fault. You did this. This is your fault. I secretly drive a luxurious SUV. No, I don't. And Range Rover. You know what, Tessa? I agree with Captain Slow, man. I agree with Captain Slow. All this incessant, like, need to make everything Euro sport luxury just grinds my freaking gears. It's probably the sound of the gears in the transmission failing on these cars after like 5,000 miles because it's a piece of junk. Anyway, guys, let's get back to Kerbal. I don't want to rant about cars right now. I don't feel like doing that. Okie dokie. I'm telling you, Captain Slow had it right. Not everything needs to be sporty. Everything is sporty today. Alright. The thumper I don't think is long enough. I'm just going to attach that down there so we can get a good idea. Actually, with the boom on the end of that, that shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, okay. Actually, you know what we could do? Boop! Get rid of that. And then we're good. Alright, so give me more of these RCS balls. Oh yeah, mirror symmetry is screwed up. Because this is placed off of like 20 different things. I love to play the kazoo. But that's the lyrics, right? Okay. Now we gotta go in here like this. Alright, excellent. Okay. So now, I'll turn that back to... I'll zero that out, like that. There we go. And then... I want a new truck that does work. Buy a Ford work truck, dude. Or any one of the fleet vehicles that they sell. You want a fleet vehicle if you want a truck that works more analogous in function with like an old truck. That's not an experience. You know what I mean? Everything has to be an experience. It has to be epic nowadays. It's like, okay. Fleet vehicles, their only truck should exist. Right there with you. Not SUVs with novelty beds. You'll get no argument from me, buddy. Are there any modern cars that are made with simplicity in mind? Nah, they're not really. Toyota still makes bare bones cars. Ford makes work vehicles, yeah. And that's about it. Can't think of anything else. The Jimny. Jimnys are cool, man. Hmm. 24. Okay. How's that save? Loopy, it sounds like you just don't like lifted trucks. But yeah, lifted trucks are cool if you're going off-roading. I think it's ridiculous. People lift trucks and they basically do modifications to make them go off-roading and then they never drive them off-road. It's like, alright. Yeah, Elvin, right? Yeah. I don't like pavement princesses. That's just ridiculous. Like, and don't get me wrong, I get it. Cars are a lifestyle choice, and you know, it's your canvas to make it like you. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, the Wrangler's okay because it has live axles. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Buy a Ford, become a lord. Wait, what? Alright, so now we need to make the cables up here. See these cables up top? We gotta make those. That's gonna require more hybrid tech. I'm just trying to make sure that this thing isn't too many parts. Right now the crane is maybe 30 to 40 parts. So we have 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. That's getting a little bit up there. But even 50 parts still does what we need it to do. That's still good. It's got this type of crane might be a little bit more than what I was expecting, but when is it not like that? Don't catch COVID. Yeah, don't catch COVID. Don't do that. You don't want that. Take it from me. Out of everyone you know who recently made a poor choice and bought a ridiculous vehicle, why am I number one? Because you wanted to, Element. Have you tried just not dying? Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. This is getting bad, fellas. I might need a break. I'm sorry, dudes. It sucks. Sucks. You know what? I'm not gonna talk. Let me just bust this out. we're gonna make this fast, okay? Ugh. I'm not talking too much, fellas, because, yeah, not doing too well right now. But I'll be alright. I'm fine. Like, it's what I keep saying, dudes. I'm fine. It's just can't stop freaking coughing. I'm fine. I'm not sick. Like, can't stop coughing. Really wish that, you know, it would stop, but it doesn't. So. So I'm making a crane here, fellas. Alignment check. Crane's about 50 parts, Wookie. About 50 right now. It's probably gonna end up being about 75. But even if I have 2 cranes, dude, so that's 150 parts. 150 parts for a vehicle, for something that can put the rocket together. I mean, and the gantry crane, the integration crane is not gonna be like this. It's not gonna be like that. This is just the test stand. So the part count here is an actual. So it's 150 parts to be able to take the vehicle from horizontal to vertical and put it together. That's really good comparatively to like when I have dedicated articulatable recovery vehicles. The recovery vehicles that I'm going to use for MLV are a vehicle that can transport it in the vertical position, that just grabs the thing and moves it, and a vehicle that can just basically a cart that moves it horizontally. Very simple. Overall, our net part count is way lower, even though this is a little bit complicated. But it still works. You can still get away with it. Hey, Taven. Have you played Dyson Sphere? Yes, I've played Dyson Sphere before. I played Dyson Sphere once, Taven. And it's an awesome game. Don't get me wrong. But I played it once, and I played it for 8 hours straight, skipped Space News, basically skipped After Hours, skipped everything. And that told me everything I need to know, dude. I'm like, okay, we gotta be careful here. And I haven't played it since because I'm like, oh. We gotta be careful. It's very addictive, Taven, yeah. Absolutely. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 7 is 42. Yeah, we're up around 70, 75 parts, guys. That's not good. That's a little bit more than what I wanted. But, you know, like I said, if this thing even gets to like 75, 80 parts, I still think it's going to be less overall than all the integration vehicles that we've needed in the past for a full infrastructure like Condor or something, you know? Oh boy, come on. Almost done. So this is lower crane rotation. Has anybody noticed that they added shielding to the OLT to prevent future secondary explosion incidents? It withstood the blast pretty well, Journey, from what I understand. The reason is because, like, if you notice, if you go and look at it, right, you look at the footage that we've seen, they didn't set up scaffolding around the pad. There's not a bunch of guys working on, you know, the underside of the pad. It's kind of business as usual, even though the pad's all scorched. That tells me that the pad didn't get damaged. At least not a lot. Hey, 7. 10-month resub. Thank you. This should be the inverse. This should be the inverse of that. So actually, it doesn't seem to be. Okay, so I need to add that target angle to the cal controller. And what happens if I just copy this? Oh, sweet. Most excellent. All right, cool. This is the rotational controller for the lower crane. It's a good thing methane doesn't melt steel beams. 9/11 joke. All right. That's good. Okay, so the rotational fields are good. That's working correctly. And then this is lower crane boom. And then what that one is going to do is move this hydraulic back and forth so I can raise the boom of the crane up and down. Once again, fellas, I'm not speaking a lot right now because I started coughing really badly that I had to mute the mic, so I'm trying not to push it. I don't know. It just came back, dude. I was getting better, and then like I did like a couple of days where I just didn't cough at all, and now it just kind of came back in force, and now I can't stop coughing again. It's probably long COVID. Great. Good. Lovely. I'm sure that me talking for 12 hours a day is probably not helping it. I just figured you took a sponsor from NPR. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Okay. So there's my boom control. And then the last one that we need is lower crane line control. The line control is these things right here. And what we're going to do with this, go into the line cal controller, target extension. They're obviously going to start in the compress position, go up there like that, take that, copy that, put that there, and then but I know what you're going to say. How are you going to grab the rocket when the ground is like right here? Well, here's what I do with these things to get them to work correctly. I take this and I move them and I compress them inside of each other like that. I mean, this still is going to drift just a little bit, but if we take them and move them up there like that, it should work. And then we would just need a hook or something. And then what I'm going to need, actually on the first hydraulic, we just got to move that back down for a moment, because what I need is a couple of RCS balls, and we just need to take these and put them in there. They're in 2x mirror, right? Yep. Take them and embed them inside of the hinge, and then make sure that their action group is enabled. Perfect. All right. So that should work. And then just because we're opting for this kind of design, I'm going to need a counterweight in here, I think, for the hook. That shouldn't be too big of a deal. So just honestly, it can just be an ore tank. Because when it's up in this position, if the back of the hydraulics end up being more than the hinge right here, it'll flip over. It'll flip upside down. So I'm going to fill that with ore, shut it out, and then we're just going to put the ore tank right there, and it'll act like a weighted crane hook, which is something that actual cranes use. Actual cranes do this. And the reason why they do that is to make sure that the line doesn't blow around in the wind. You don't want that to happen. How are you going to hook something if the line's doing this all day? Yeah, I know, Supercrafted. It's really, 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 really annoying. I really don't like this, but it is what it is. So that can reach all the way down there. Oh, what about when the crane is in that upright position? Is it going to be able to grab? I'm not 100% sure. But then again, we can no. We'd want to position the crane first if we're going to grab the vehicle and then do this. So I actually, for my lower crane line rotation, I might actually take this and then
Go and throttle up.
get rid of it for a moment, replace it with another one, and then replace it with another one after that. Just to be absolutely sure that this thing will always touch the ground. Hey Casper, 18-month resub. Thanks, man. I can't use my speaking voice, so I'm honestly talking how I normally talk. This is me off stream. This is off stream DJ talking. I know, it's a little strange. I don't like it. It feels weird. It feels like nobody can hear me. It's indeed a little strange, but it is what it is. Casper, how you doing, buddy? Did you you score that thing that we were talking about? You like the whisper mode? Yeah, all right. Okay, there's one crane. So that's one figured out. We're at 290 parts. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save this. Save. 290. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. The crane ended up being 100 parts. So that means between the two cranes, we're at about 200 parts. Do you guys, and this is an honest question, do you guys think that we... do you think that if I made like a TDRV or some other type of integration vehicle that allowed us to be able to take the booster from vertical to horizontal somewhere else? Do you think we could do that? We could have the same capability for less parts? That's my honest question. Like, because we have a 100-part crane here actually on the dot, and I thought it would be 50 for this design. I missed the mark as per usual. So that means 200 parts, or 100 parts here and 100 parts way up there. Actually, that crane's probably going to be like 110 because it's a bigger crane, right? So let's just estimate 200 parts. So this, what you see here, has the capability of taking a rocket, right, and bringing it from vertical to horizontal, and vice versa. And it also can integrate. Is there any other thing that we could use for like a fleshed out architecture that's 200 parts that could do all that? I don't think so. I can duplicate at Sun Temple, but it's a little more complicated than just duplicating it. That crane up there is a little bit bigger, so I have to add a couple more parts. It has more reach than this crane. A rocket-assisted erector. Yeah, okay. You're right, S, but I'm not doing that. So, not off the top of my head. 200 parts is pretty low part count. And Tessa, I spared no expense with this thing. This crane is, yeah, I spared no expense. That crane is, that's full-on hybrid tech, how it should work. This crane should never drift. The only times it might drift is with the attachment nodes here. There's no hybrid tech on the cables, but the rest of the crane should be fine. Helicopters might be less parts S, but they're going to be way more complicated. Alright, so how about we, before we start space news, we take this thing for a spin. Let me just enable same vessel collision there, make sure that we have everything enabled in the right spot. Yeah, we're missing some hybrid tech there. All the RCS balls should be fine. I know I enabled those already. What about you guys right here? Yeah. What the hell's going on in there? Is there two sets of balls in there? There are, because I duplicated one of the hydraulics. I remember now. Ah, I remember you now. The so-called art dealer. Oh, Father. It's good to see you again. Okay, then let's compromise. As to be quite blunt, you don't have a say in the engineering process. It's one of my rules for mission mode. You guys get to choose where I'm going. I get to choose how I get there. Rocket designed by committee historically has not ended well. Remember? There's that thing that's sitting in the VAB right now. Remember that thing? You never added the middle piston to the cow controller. Thank you. Almost there. Gotta have batteries. Yeah, that should be enough for testing. How's it going to rotate to let the rocket turn at 90 degrees upwards? That'll work. That will do it, will it not? Okay. Alright. Let me give this crane a little bit of a test. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that cow controller. That is the crane rotation. Temporarily, I'll bind that to yaw. Low incremental control. Right? And then we'll take this. This is the crane boom. We're going to add that to pitch. Lower the crane control. Incremental control. And then I'll just use take this cow controller, the crane line controller, and put it to up and down, just for now. There we go. Hey, Dog Speed, how are you? Thank you for the raid. Save check. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So we got one crane in the house right there. Dog Speed, how are you? What were you playing? I have to speak soft. Else that's not really my style. I have to speak softly. Because if I try to talk normally, I start coughing like crazy. This is the only way I don't cough. Grip check. KSP, of course. Hey, Rocky. Long time no see. How are you? Oh, no. Are you sick? I got long COVID, man. I had COVID, like, a month ago. And I was getting better and better and better and better and better, right? And then, after 2.5 weeks, I was fine. And then, like, maybe a week later, I started coughing like crazy again. Like, I was getting better and better and better, and I got to, like, maybe 2 or 3 days of not coughing at all. And the other day, like 2 or 3 days ago, I woke up in the middle of the night just hucking my guts out, dude. And I've been just, it's just as worse as it was the other, like, right when I had it. But other than that, I'm not sick. I feel fine. I'm totally fine, and... Like, don't get me wrong, I don't want to screw around with this stuff. So I did go to the doctor. I got a good bill of health from my doctor, and I said, I got a physical. I was like, be sure. I'm good. I just cough. It's from scar tissue left over from COVID in your trachea, if I'm remembering that right. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm not a medical person. Hey Moose, what's going on? Hope you're recovering. Yeah, fellas, once again, I feel fine. I'm totally good. I feel like I could go run a mile right now. Like, I'm good. And, like, that's not me. That's my doctor said that yesterday. Could you run a mile, though? It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. Alright, we're not gonna need that for this test here. You don't have to shout me out. Oh, okay. I won't. Sorry, I already did. We gotta put the weight down on the bottom hinge, but that's okay. Alright, so the hybrid tech is enabled. So let's see what this does. So that's exactly what I was afraid of. Yeah, it's too heavy. The hydraulics are too heavy. Yeah, the other crane is going to be up here. It's going to be that big. This is just the little boy crane. You know what I could do? We could make it all a reciprocal. Right? Yeah. I'm wondering, like, these don't need to be powered. We could just make this work off the hydraulics. And then 58.4. I gotta figure out the counterweights with this thing, guys. But yeah, look at it, man. The hybrid tech. Dude, I'm telling you, this thing could lift up a lot. This crane shouldn't move. Shouldn't, yeah, well, shouldn't move too much. I wonder at what point does the full oh, okay, that's not too bad. That's cool, man. And guys, I'm using it with the joystick. Look, pitch controls, see that? The pitch controls control that. I just got to test maximum extension. The line control. Just move this all the way down there. Oh. Freaking perfect. I can't believe that. Man, I couldn't have planned that any better. If you're worried about part count, you remove some of the panels. This is just a test stand, Tessa. The part count's never going to get too crazy on this stand. But I figure, as long as I'm testing this crane system, might as well mess with the booster, see if we can static fire the thing. Don't you think that'd be kind of cool? Yeah, if I talk normally, I can do this a lot better. Yeah, you just got to build that one up there. So the crane is just the bit on the side. Yeah, this is about 100 parts. It ended up being just a little bit more than 100. It's like 105. But even then, if this crane, say this crane is like 110 parts because it's a little bit bigger, right? Say it's 110. So we're at 215 parts. Can I integrate rockets for 215 parts? Integrate and deintegrate rockets for 215 parts? No, absolutely not. I can't do that. Like, think about Condor's pad, 1600 part pad, 400 part TDRV. Even think about Freedom. Freedom had that other integration vehicle next to it that I used to pick up the boosters and put them back on the transport trucks. It looked like a gigantic A-frame, right? Think about it. That thing was 150 parts with all the rover wheels on it. And then the gantry crane at my gantry crane for the Freedom rocket was 250 parts. So we have 150 plus 250 is 400 parts. This thing right now is 296. You add 100, 396, right? And this can do full booster recovery and integration. It does everything. You know what I mean? And the 96, that's overinflated because this isn't a gantry crane, it's a test stand. There's like an extra 100 parts down here. See what I mean? That's why that's why I've been trying to stick for the 2 crane system. Really want to use the 2 crane. Because with the 2 crane system, right? With this 2 crane, we can do stuff like this, you know? Can you build a train in KSP? It's tough getting the rails done correctly, Roseman, but it's possible. I've seen people do it. I agree, Red. I'm with you on that one. Bet I can do it for 100 parts. That's good, yes. Cool. Alright. Kinda wanna... Dude, I kinda wanna build that second crane now. Just got here. What does this contraption do? It's a crane for integration for the MLB. No, I'm just gonna test full articulation on this thing to make sure that the control systems are working correctly, and then we'll go. What's MLV? Medium Launch Vehicle. It's part of my new mission mode architecture, Binol. It's called Project Ares, and it consists of 2 launch vehicles. One called, the tentative name is just Medium Duty Launch Vehicle, and then Heavy Duty Launch Vehicle. I don't have a name for the MLV, but it is a first stage fully reusable rocket. First stage fully reusable. And then for now, disposable second stage and payload fairing rocket. And part of my mission mode rules, you guys know, is that we have to land the rocket back on the pad, right? Or not back on the pad. If we want to build a rocket, it needs a pad, and then if we want to use it again, we have to figure out a way to put it back on the pad. Those are my fun rules that I play by. It's a hard rule set, but we can make cranes. We can make the cranes. This should solve this problem. May I suggest the Goddard? Maybe. Crane, 50% uplifting, 50% let down. How do you reuse the first and second stage without reverting? Second stage is expendable. Either I misspoke or you didn't hear me right. Second stage and payload fairing are expendable right now. The first stage is fully reusable. And how do I do it? Docking ports. What is this thin? It's a crane. Maybe. Cool. And like all hybrid tech, I should be able to just do this, and it shouldn't do anything. Yeah, just moved around just a teeny weeny bit. Perfect. That crane is working exactly as implemented.
Discovery, go at
I don't like that it does this. It kind of jerks around a little bit there, but that's okay. Hey Xerax, 17 monthly sub, thank you. No, what I mean is, how do you fly both vehicles at the same time? I don't. I fly the whole rocket up at main engine cutoff. I gas up the second stage, it flies, and then I switch back to the first stage, and the second stage just kind of ghost rides until it goes out of render range. I switch back to the first stage with the bracket keys, right? Because they're both, the first and the second stage are both flying next to each other. I boost back the first stage, and I make sure to get the first stage's apogee above 70. And when the first stage apogee goes above 70, and we do our boost back burn, when it goes above 70, I switch back to the second stage, circularize with the second stage, and if the vehicle is engineered right, you should be able to switch back to the first stage and land it. Works every time, dude. Works every time. Yeah, you just gotta do a juggling act with switching vehicles. Okay. I saw what I wanted to see. That thing was working great. It was working beautifully. Alright, now we gotta make the second crane. So give me this. And give me this. I'm not about to just cut and paste and put it up there, but I'm about to cut and paste and put that thing up there. Elon would be proud. That's good. Alright, so that's the base piece. And now what I'm gonna do is we're gonna take this and I'm just gonna put that, I'm gonna put this over here, that crane over there for reference. That was what I used to measure. That's basically a measurement of how long the boom needs to be. Okay, so we have our lower part right here. I'm getting rid of those cow controllers because we don't need them. And now I just got to modify some of the crane parts here. But I also got to make sure that my cow controllers for the lower crane didn't become unbound. See, when you duplicate cow controllers, cow controller down here binds to the duplicated part up here and it erases the cow from the old part. I don't know why. $10.55 didn't fare too good. Alright, so we're only going to need to do this once. So the crane line control, that one's an easy one to fix. So go here, like this, and then select that. Lower crane line control, target extension. That's working as intended. I was honestly thinking maybe we could lower this down a little bit, like that, so it helps counterweight that system. Now the second one, lower crane boom, get rid of this one. And then go here, go into lower crane boom, select this, target extension,
go and throttle up,
and just start with it up there. There we go. And there's our target extender, no problem. Dunzos. And then the rotational control is what we're going to do here, is go to the rotation control, and then we need to select that, target angle, and then just copy and paste the lines down here like this, and then get rid of the first one, get rid of the second one. And now that's working as intended. Who was that with the resub? Hey Gravioli, what's up, man? Okay. That crane is working. Now we gotta go back up here and we can use the same parts. Just gotta gizmo this all the way down. Now, take that, and we can set that to 0, because that's oriented correctly, and then we can set this one to 0. Alright, so, now what we need to do is I need to come up with the holder for this thing. So, let me just get rid of this for a moment, and then get rid of that, and then get rid of that. Those are the struts that we placed, because that other crane, the secondary crane, is hanging off the side. This one is not, so we can mess around with it like this. So we're going to take this, and I should be able to just do this. Ready? we can attach it right to the booster. And if I grandparent strut, it's going to go down like that. Perfect. Now what I need to do, a couple of different things.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I want this pushing basically directly down on the SRB. So I'm going to move these things right into position here in the center of that. Hey, hey Smirks, 59-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Guys, thanks for chilling with chat a little bit. I'm trying to really not talk too much because yeah, I started coughing like crazy and it got so bad I needed to it got so bad I needed to chill out. So I appreciate it. You know, there's not many folks asking me questions. Thank you for a change. I really don't like that. I don't like streaming this way, but it's okay. No, it was fine, Smirks, until a couple of days ago, and then it wasn't fine, and now it's pissing me off. What is it though? It's pissing me off. So I can't use my normal voice. This is my normal speaking voice on the stream. I try to speak a little bit higher, a little bit louder, and a little bit clearer and concise. I can't do that for very long. Now I just got to go back to how I normally talk. You're like Bob Ross. Oh, I wouldn't rope myself with him. I'm not worthy. Like, it sucks because this is how I was, like, a little while ago. Those should be on top of each other like that, and they are. Perfect. Alright. Now we gotta move that down into position here. We gotta move it up like that. And now these things, this gets moved down, that gets moved over, that gets moved down into position. We can basically use the same exact crane, it's not a big deal. With the same pins in it and stuff, and it should be fine. I just gotta make sure all these pins are set to the right action group. And then the hard part is gonna be figuring out how to make that longer boom. But I think we can get away with it. I'm not
Discovery,
worried.
go at throttle up.
Hey, Banana Time, 31 months. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for watching, everyone. I mean, guys, you know me. I don't, when I can't give you my A game, I get really, really annoyed, but I understand, like, you probably want to take it easy, screw around with this. I hope, like, I wouldn't want to, like, permanently damage my voice or something, you know. Exactly, Mutter. We need a longer boom and a much longer line. Have you been? I'm good, Banana Time. How are you? Alright. So, Mutter, I'm just going to reset that to 0. And then the first thing we got to do is extend the boom out. Now, what we could just do is we could just do that. We could just do that. And then I can take another thumper. Strut that out like that. Get rid of that. And then just... I mean, it's a little bit more parts, but yeah, we don't really need to change anything now. It's not a bad way to do this, man. I mean, instead of 3, this could be 1 part, and now it's 3 instead. But another thing that I'm going to do is just move that back so it covers that up. And then what I'll do is we'll take this housing, right? And then we'll just move it up to the second SRB instead. But now that I'm thinking about it, that makes it so now that can bend on that joint. Yeah, okay. No, I don't want to do this way. Unfortunately, this is not a good way to do this. So, what we're gonna need to do is I'm gonna need a kickback. Kickback should be the right length. It's about double the length of the thumpers. More or less. Yeah, that will do us just fine. And now I'm gonna need... These need to be replaced and put in the right positions. So what I'm doing is I'm working on more powerful hinges. That's what these RCS balls and everything are. They're more powerful hinges that utilize same vessel collision. And the reason why I'm using these is because, well, the hydraulics in the game drift. They bend around. I don't like them. I don't think they're very reliable. So what I do is I use same vessel collision on some physicsless parts, and we end up getting a robotic that doesn't drift. It doesn't drift at all. Wow. Wow, I placed those pretty dang well. Ground service equipment, Forlornscape. You can just ask me. I'm trying not to talk too much right now, but yeah, if you guys have questions about what GSE or rocket equipment is, just ask me. Just ping me in chat. I'm building the cranes that put the rocket together. That's what I'm doing for them. And, you know, there's no cranes in KSP. So what we end up having to do is build parts. We gotta build cranes out of parts. Gotta like make our own crane parts, and that's why this thing looks so ridiculous. Like I'm using a rocket as the boom for the crane. You know, they don't use rockets to make cranes. Last time I checked, am I right? How does this crane work? This piston can control the angle of the boom, and then I have a bunch of pistons stacked on top of each other for my cable. There's a docking port on the end that goes and should fetch the front of the rocket, and then the small crane down there should grab the back. It should lift it up, and then this big crane should start pulling the thing up, and the other crane will stay the same, and the rocket will slowly turn vertical. And then I undo the lower crane, and now we can put it on the test stand. That's how it's supposed to work. I gotta keep talking softly, fellas. I'm all for a space elevator. I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey Lord, 28-month resub. Thank you very much. This is just the truss structure to triangulate the crane pin, fellas. And this is what I mean when I said that this crane would end up being a little bit more parts. It's just, like I said, it's just there to triangulate the crane pin. So the pin doesn't bend and flex when we go to pull the rocket up. We gotta kind of splurge a little bit because this part of the crane needs to be very strong. How do you select the root part when it's under the ground? Hit 1, place tool, or hit 2, excuse me, the move tool. Hold left shift and click, and then it'll pop up on root. Thank you so much. Yeah, sure, no problem. That's how that's got to be, unfortunately. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Alright, so now we got to figure this one out. What I'm going to do is we need to just separate those for a second and put them right there. Get rid of the struts, and then we need to copy this piece, and then I need to get rid of that. Because this piece, we're going to need to go longer with the boom extension on this part of the crane. So, I'm going to get another count controller up here, and we will do our actuator controllers for up here. 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, 2 pistons, Loopy, should probably... Actually, it might even need to be 3. And yeah, it's... No. That'll work. 2 will work. 2 will do us right. Elon's just being Elon. Okay. Alright. That should do us right. Now, I gotta get the, we gotta get servo in there. And we gotta do something along the lines of this. What's that, Gully? Oh, nice. Two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know why I'm counting it. It doesn't need to be counted. All these need to have a name enable on them, or else the hinges won't work. So I always just bind enable, make sure it's not toggle. I always bind that to one action group. And then I think I got all of it. May your clothes never show a wrinkle again. Alright, so save this. Den 62 is almost at the top of the 39A ramp. On board are more Starlinks for the launch on the 24th. Cool. Upper crane rotation. Upper crane. Boom. Upper crane line. Okay. Alright, so let's do a couple. That's at 17. Now back this out. Did we get it right? This needs to be at 0. We need to take that. We need to salute snap and then rotate it. Let's okay, so we'll work on the boom control. Upper boom. Target extension. Target extension. You should start, both of them should start in the extended position like that. Copy, paste, move the cow. Okay? And then X out of that. And then we're going to take this here. I'm going to bring that back down to 17 here. What happened to the struts? Come on now. There we go. I was wondering why those struts were crooked, but it's because I rotated the hydraulic. That should work. Have you ever had a Falcon 9 from Boca Chica? They were gonna make a Falcon 9 pad there, serious, but then they decided to do Starship there instead. Okay, that's right. Take this, move that back to the 17 position, and make sure that the RCS balls are in the right spot. And make sure they have enable on them as well. They do? They do? Alright. I'm wondering if that's going to be enough. Upper crane rotation. This one should be easy. Go into the action groups here. It should be the exact same thing. Upper crane rotation, target angle, target angle. I'm going to set the, no, not the boom. We need to set that, the upper crane, so this has to be 90. It's 90 to 90. Okay, I get it. That has to be minus 90. And then this one has to be plus 90 to get the right rotation, the right amount of rotation with the crane. Copy. Paste that curve there. Cool. And now set that cow controller right in the center at 2.5. Done. Make sure we do a check save here. We're in the right folder, save that. And then the last thing we need to do is get the boom right. So this obviously is not going to get us very far. Right? Yeah, we ain't getting far with just 3 of these. Oh boy. Okay. Alright, let me copy this one, and then we gotta go in here and get rid of the RCS balls there. Balls. And then we need to get rid of... Oh crap. Hold on. I don't know what I just did. The game went weird for a second. Hold. Hold, hold, hold. I just saved it, so it's all good. Okay. Now this is the part where we really have to measure this. Now this is great. Cool. Just get rid of that for a moment. I gotta measure. That'll do it. We just need this to see how far this thing needs to reach down. That's the slack, but the boom isn't all the way down, so I'm going to... Actually, that's pretty right. I know this looks like that's too much, but honestly it's not, because this thing has to... the whole boom can go up like this, and I'm pretty sure that this probably will end up touching the ground a little bit, but it's not a problem. It's okay. So we're going to do this, and then the upper crane line, we're going to go here like this. Why did those end up going in stage? I don't want them in stage. There we go. Upper line controller. I don't like that I have to place all this by hand this way, but bear with me. There's a workflow that I go through here to make sure that I end up clipping all the hydraulics like together. I end up clipping them all together, and what happens is is that it's impossible to select an individual one. So when I end up taking these, putting them in line, and then what we do, we go here, I rotate 5 degrees, and then move it back into position, and then the next one gets rotated 5 degrees, and we move that one back into position. And so on and so forth. Well, look at all these little hydraulics. So busy now. It's like a little ballet. I think about all the EJs that created them. Technicians, engineers. So they can go home and feed their children. Nice, their children can grow up to be big and strong, and so on and so forth. Thus adding to the great chain of reality chat. You and I in the same business. Cheers. Where's the crane to pat you on the back? Or the children? Or the Cubbles? How many parts? 424 parts. Not bad. Not bad, dudes. That's not bad at all. I'm pretty happy with this. Look at this thing. Well, look at all these little things. So busy now. Let me just make sure that all the AGs are configured correctly. And here's what I want to do. select that cal controller. That's the line controller. Play position. Move that back like this, and then set that cal controller to disabled. Okay, now this one right here, that's the boom controller. Take the boom controller, set it to pitch. Play position, down like that, and then disable the cal controller. And then select this one, set that to yaw, play position, disable it. Save. Alright. Save. And now I'm going to get rid of the original measuring crane. Now let's see what this thing's got. Let's try something here. Let's have some fun with this, huh? Ugh, this sucks. Show me what you've got. I like what you've got. It's gonna explode, isn't it? It's gonna explode, isn't it? Didn't explode. That's good. Yeah, I figured that would happen. I forgot to put a strut between those two. In fact, that strut may have connected to something that it shouldn't have in here. It did. But yeah, see that those two bars are misaligned? That means the crane is bending, and it's pretty easy to spot here. Okay, so there's our twin crane. Now, let's take this. Do these controls still work? They do. Okay. Now, what I want to check is that I just moved that crane a little bit. Are those controllers? They are. So if I enable them, it's going to snap into position. Just like that. They're bearings. I use them to make bearings. That makes this thing really strong, Benol. What the heck's going on here? Something strange. Guys, I broke it. I broke it. Yeah, I broke it. Yeah, I broke that. Something is weird. Something weird's going on with that. Gotta figure it out. I'm pretty dang sure it was that strut breaking things. And then that strut needs to run. There. Something was causing this to move around all over the place, and I'm not exactly sure what it was. But yeah. Would different action group sets solve this problem? Yeah. 619, what's up, brother? How are you? Yeah, we need different AG sets, Mutter. So, I'm just gonna unbind these. But a cal... Well, disabling the cal controller doesn't work too well, Tessa, if they're double bound. That's what I'm noticing. Well, how goes things? How's things are how's things... How's things are going okay? I can't talk. The cough came back, dude. I'm not sick. It's just the damn cough. No, I'm in a caliturn. Tessa, if you're, yeah, I know what you're saying, but you're not listening to me, or I didn't say it well enough because I'm trying to speak simpler. You know what I'm saying? Even if I disable those cal controllers with another cal controller, the value commands are still inputted on them, even though they're disabled. So it'll move the play position. So if I re-enable it, stuff will snap into position. It's not good. Yeah, Salty, that's what's going on. Does that make sense, Tessa? Alright, let's have some fun. I see where you're coming from, but I was thinking about the hinges or not disabling the cal. I don't understand what you're. I don't, Tessa. Nope. I don't follow at all. I'm sorry. realize that I need a rotational. I would need a rotational control. That's how tall the MLV is. And then what we'll do is just, I don't care about this demo piece. Just put a hinge on it. Up the transform from its root part. Okay. Hey, reindeer. Yeah, we're gonna have to have. You know what I just noticed? I need a rotational servo up on the top crane. This needs to rotate. So. That's probably going to stretch. It's probably going to stretch, but it's okay. Okay. I feel fine, reindeer. I just can't stop freaking coughing, dude. Like, I don't want to pack up shop, but I can't talk, and my job is to talk. It's really annoying. Now, this thing does not need to be full of fuel. Not a lot of it. I'll fill it up with a little bit of fuel. But I think that just something like that should be enough to simulate the weight of this thing. So guys, what I'm going to try to do with our test here is I'm going to try to bring this horizontal. If I can take this thing and bring it into horizontal, I'll call this test a pretty damn good success. So consider this a pathfinder. This is just a test article that we're going to use to make sure we get this right. And actually, you know what? Let's half that and put that right there to simulate a rearward center of mass bias, just to see what happens. Not really a great deal that can be done about that, sadly. Someone at work has the same. Fine until they spoke, then the coughing started. Dude, yeah, it won't go away. It's really, really obnoxious. I don't have my speaking voice, which is pissing me off. Can the two cranes spread enough far apart? Spread far enough apart to go horizontal. Should be able to, dude. All right. Mud, are you ready to test? I'm ready to test. Let's go. If it's any consolation, 3 weeks later and I'm mostly back to normal. Reindeer, I went back to normal. I was back to normal last week. Streams were just fine. And then 2 or 3 days ago, I woke up in the middle of the night coughing, and I couldn't stop. And it just came back, and now it's getting even worse, which is really pissing me off. But once again, I feel fine, fellas. I'm totally good. I'm fine. Like, do. Oh boy. Let's prep the cranes first. So this one, shut off motor torque there. And then we need to shut motor torque there. We don't need torque there. What happened here? It shouldn't be like that. It is, but it shouldn't. Alright. So motor torque is shut off here. And what I'm going to do is take this and undock. So now that's standing on its own by itself. Yeah, it's very annoying, drummer, but it is what it is. You know. Okay. So now that we have the default set on, yep. A little bit worried that was going to happen, but it's okay. Set 1. Let me take the upper crane line and move it all the way back. What the hell? No, oh, there's the problem. These are set to absolute control. Oh, that's why this thing was freaking out. I'm like, what the heck is this thing doing? Yikes. Thanks, reindeer. Now we're going to go down to this crane and we're just going to make sure that it's got the same thing going on. No motor torque, because it's binding, it'll bind up everything. Okay, so can I rotate the upper crane? And when I rotate the upper crane, it rotates the lower crane? Why would it do that? Yaw. Hey, Warline. Dude, long time no see. How are you? Alright, well. Okay. So we go to set 1. What the hell is wrong with this thing? What's the override control do? Set 1 override. I'll check it. Mutter, I don't understand. I don't understand this, dude. That doesn't make any sense. Alright. The hell with this. The hell with action sets. That doesn't make any sense. So, get rid of it. Wait, what the hell is that doing in there? I can't get rid of that Doing alright, feeling better as the days passed. Soon starting with the hard exercises to get confidence in your hard body again. How about you? I'm just coughing up a storm from COVID, man. Yeah, Mutter, we're gonna have to mess with that a little bit more. I'm not exactly sure what the heck this is doing, but I don't want action sets on. Alright, so we're gonna pick this thing up, dudes, right? Is there any way you could use struts as cable for the crane? Struts are non-animatable, Elfish. They would have to have hinges in it. And then we'd have to find a way to make a spool. Trust me, this is the best way to do this. Like, I can speak to that pretty dang well. Let me get my alignment window up. We have to control this from here, and I have to make sure that my alignment is good. I was just curious. Yeah, no, it's all good, man. Alright. The lid. Okay, we got it. Alright, so take that. Detorque the motor. Up. All of these have damping forces on. Oh, crap. Not powerful enough. Interesting. It's the second one on the object that you're lifting. Second one. Thank you. Oh, I missed a bunch now, didn't I? Those are overpowered. Interesting. Alright, here. I'm gonna just go and mess with this down here for a second. Lower crane line control. Give me that. Force limiter. Give me that. Force limiter. Get rid of that. And we'll give this thing a little something. Yeah, okay. There's a lot of things I need to fix here. Since I've been out of the streams a lot dealing with all this health stuff that happened to me, what happened to your old Condor 9 and its infrastructure? You fancied a new challenge? This is the next generation, dude. Yeah. Next gen Condor stuff. I call it MLV for short. That has damper forces on it, that's why. It's, yeah, part of a new thing that I'm throwing together. But yeah, Warline, yeah, dude, yeah. I've actually gotten pretty good at building launch pads and making them so they don't explode. Good enough, chat. Good enough. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Okay. What's GSE? Ground Servicing Equipment, dude, is what it's called. I'm building I'm testing out cranes to put together a rocket, if that's, yeah, if that makes any sense. Okay, I'm gonna start with all AGs unbound for now, so nothing gets messed with when we go to screw with this thing. But we do need to fix all the damping that's everywhere, and I need to add an overclock controller for the upper hydraulics because they don't work correctly. That needs no damper. Same with that, no damping. Because I'm using all these hydraulics kind of like a cable, damping would be like having a cable that stretches. And don't get me wrong, lines are tensioned on real cranes all the time. You have to. It does stretch a little bit, but it's not... It's not to the extent that the damping forces have on this thing. I screwed with the traverse rate on that one by accident. There we go. I was just wondering about the big SSTO. I stopped working on it because, Burke, I didn't get burned out. I just got too stressed out from the holidays, man. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't finish the thing. The SSTO is there, and it sucks because I later found a fix for it. I found something that works, but yeah, yeah. Idiot. Since we have a fix, we'd be launching it. We should be launching it. Yeah. What is the purpose of the lower crane? You'll see. I tried my best to build it in good faith, guys, and dude, it was pretty much good. It's just the big one is... Big one was tough, man. What's the mission these days? Burke, I stopped playing mission mode after the whole SSTO thing. I stopped playing mission mode for like 6 months and then just switched to doing variety streaming. Because I needed a break from Kerbal, dude. And before people say, oh, you need a break from Kerbal. I played the game for 8 years. Well, 9. 9 years. From 2012. Or from 20... Yeah, no. Yeah, 9 years. From 2012 to 2021. Took my first break. I didn't play Kerbal for 6 months. Now I'm back in, dude. And we're making stuff that's better than ever. Okay. The action group fiasco is figured out. Let me just be absolutely sure. I'm going to go into the AG sets and just make sure nothing is bound here. Yeah, like that. Or that. Or that. Where is this? What is this servo here? I don't understand. And why won't it let me get rid of it? Oh, I know why I put that there. I know why I put it there. I know why I put it there. I'm an idiot. Oh my goodness. That's to twist the booster around. I bound it to the left right key. I'm stupid. I thought, oh my god. I put that there and I forgot that I put it there and I put it there like 30 minutes ago. Oh, I'm losing my mind. Yeah, Tessa, you can't lose what you don't have. Well, guess what? My brain has more wrinkles than yours. Boom. Roasted. forgot to overclock that. What am I doing? How's your day going, chat? Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, Remo, it doesn't. Freaking, it's like sticky in here again. Like the desk is like sticky and gross, yeah, because it's so freaking hot in here. It's 30°C at 50% humidity. It's pretty warm. And I'm coughing up a frigging storm, and I can't speak, and we gotta get to space news, and I want to finish this, so I'm getting a little stressed out. Getting a little stressed out, just a little. It's a little bit of stress building up, because you know, kind of need to speak. That's important. Here, master overclock on all these things. Would you say you're a little tired? I'm a little wired, and I think I deserve some appreciation. Okay. Space news, it's 6:30. You might need to take the night off. Yeah. Yeah, we should start soon. We should start soon, but we gotta race. I'm racing tonight, Bree. Keep in mind, your PC might not cope well with the heat. I know, fellas. That's why I'm trying to... The AC can't keep up. It's... What is it? 35°C outside. It's 91 degrees outside. It's 85 here in the room. My AC can't keep up with both of those things. I can't keep up with...
Bro! It is too hot in here for you to be working. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, okay. Let me finish this and then...
It's like a 10-degree difference between here and the office room next to it.
Thermodynamics do be like that.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain, woman. It's toasty, man. It's been like this the entire week, dude. And don't get me wrong, I need a bigger air conditioner. But I'm not gonna buy a bigger air conditioner for this room, fellas, because I'm not gonna live in this room in 2 weeks. It's not worth it. The house that we bought has central air conditioning in it. So, your boy is about to live in a fridge. About to stream in a damn fridge. Kip, that ain't a tool, that's a damn brick. Aw, man. Just ignore thermodynamics. I'm pretty sure, Hooded, every time somebody has muttered those words, it's usually ended up with another person dying. Just ignore thermo, it's fine. Central air is great until you see the power bill. Now, I have plans to solve that problem. First of all, our house is not that big. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Second of all, yeah, I have other power, other means. We have other means for making you talk. Now, what the heck's going on with this thing? Yeah, okay, we should figure out what the heck that's doing. Alright, so Alright, so pitch control. Which one of these is pitch? That's pitch. That's yaw. That's forward and back. Okay. So take that controller, bind that one to pitch. Take that controller, bind that one to yaw. The up-down controller, take that one, bind that one to position up-down. Okay, so now we should have control. Enable the cal. Now we should have control of this crane. And we do. Sweet. With some vessel collision, is it colliding with the nozzle and the SRB? No, I don't think so, Mutter. That you have to. It can only collide against other things that have the SVI flag, unless there's. This is acting like I have something here that has same vessel collision on it that shouldn't. Either that, or I didn't get the spacing right on the RCS bearings. It's one or the other, dude. I'm not 100% sure what's going on there. Okay, so now what we're going to do is undock that. So now our test article is free floating, and then we're going to rename this to that. Check that like that. Now we need the alignment thing. The other crane is in the stow position, which is cool. Which is good. Yeah, that's just something to keep an eye on. I'm wondering if this down here is doing the same thing. Nope. So that's how it should look. Alright, so it's just something with the placement on those RCS balls, dude. I'm pretty sure. Look at that, though. Friggin' crane, man. That's pretty freaking cool, dude. I'm not gonna lie. That's really cool. Let's see how strong it is. Let's see if she pulls. All right. We need dubstep for good luck. We need the dubstep. The 2010 dubstep. Minus 24. Corporate hype music will save the day. Okay, we got it. All right, let's see if we can lift it. Is that hinge motorized? No. What in the hell is happening here? You guys ever seen those do that? Yeah, it doesn't like it, Jason. Yeah. Damn, dude. It's not grandparent strutted. It's not strutted to anything because it's a hydraulic. It's an animatable part. But yeah. I'm gonna force it, Jason. Let's see what happens. If we break it, we break it. Holy crap. See, we gotta tension everything. You've seen pistons do some pretty odd things, yeah? Yeah. I think we might need some reinforcement up there on those cables. Because the overclock seems to be working, but... Whoa. Man, that's broken. Yeah, wow. Okay, ain't gonna fit. It might be a job for extra pistons in parallel. Yeah, I might need to do that, dude. Either that or overclock them more, maybe? Like, wow, that's... Let's see what overclocking everything does. Yeah, changing the force modifier didn't do it, it just broke it. I mean, it does pick it up, which is cool, but... Yeah, see, we broke that. Look at all this, that's all broken. Ain't gonna fit. Salami lid. Ain't gonna fit. It's stretching, Kilpon, that's what it's doing. I think it starts with that hinge down there, Jason, on the boom being broken. Hi, by the way. How are you? Time warp? That is not a good idea. Play some salami lid. I can't. It won't fit. Ain't gonna fit. They weren't spaced. That Mutter, those weren't spaced right. I'm pretty damn sure. Yeah, they were too close. All right. This friggin' thing. That's worked for me in the past. Let's see what it does. Hey Ting, what's going on, buddy? Hi, good. Just got home. Glad it's Friday. Right on, man. Well, the coughing stopped, dudes. And that's good. I think I got my voice back there. Couldn't talk, dude. I don't know what the hell that's about. I seem to be okay. I'm gonna keep talking slow, though. Just because. Here, we'll do a test here. Ready?
Young lady, bring me a sandwich from the dumpster and leave the maggots on it. Look at me, Dr. Zoidberg, homeowner.
Seems alright.
You call that an ink defense? Ah!
Seems to be okay. Nope. Made a terrible mistake. Why? Why are you like this? Ever think that the voices might be the problem? Which voices? The voices in my head? No, those are fine. Those are good. We don't need to worry about those. Yeah. I think that might be what we have to do, Ocelot. Yeah, we're gonna have to beef it. Beef. Good news is, though, is that the problem down there ain't happening. And then we can get... Oh, yeah, I forgot to detorque the motors. That's probably why it's screwing up. Okay, we're in. Hackermans. This is Serious Potato Bot's favorite song, dude. Yep, it's Hydro Strength. It's Hydro Strength at that point. Yep. It's just, yeah, we gotta double up those hydraulics up there. That's all. I really wish that thing didn't buckle like that. Alright. Oh! What was that? Something flew over there. Okay, that wasn't a good idea. Alright. Remove that. Remove that. We're alright. You alright? You fine? Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. We're learning. Alright, Warline. Gotta catch some Z's. Have a good stream. Okay, buddy. It definitely hurt me, Jason. Those things should make 4,000 kilonewtons of force. I'm pretty sure that'll work correctly now. I don't need the ore tank up here. Yeah, Madara, I got you. And then, you know what I'm gonna do? Because we have the space for it now. Give me this. There's a reinforcement front to back, back to front. And then we're gonna need another one up here for side deflection. Actually, let's just leave it like that. It's fine. Guys, last test, and then I think I'm gonna take a break, dudes. I want to do space news, but yeah, I gotta take a break first. Okay, cycle the overclock. Overclock is enabled. Enable all cows. They're binding just a little bit, but it's alright. I'll be honest with you fellas, that shouldn't do that. Something is wrong with this. This is like, these must be double bound somewhere. Nope, they're not. That shouldn't do that. It's just lifting this up. That's nothing. This weighs nothing. Auto strut? There's no auto struts on the thing, man. Alright, hang on. Let me just... Yeah, I'm stupid. That was... Why would I do that? Okay. Yeah, that was really dumb of me. I have a very nasty case of the dumb today, chat. Sorry about that. I'm, like, making stupid mistakes. More than I usually do. The O-Seed hydraulics are making 4,000 kilonewtons of force. It should be able to lift this. Actually, yeah, that should be able to do it. Yeah, that really should be able to hold this. Oh, I snapped. Oh, yeah, no. All right. Does the name Bob Hoover ring a bell? No. Okay, we got it. Those upper struts aren't doing nothing. Alright. Tension the line. They're making, each of them are making 4 meganewtons. How the hell is that not working? Alright. We gotta run a strut. I gotta run a strut from the back of this to the front of that to make sure that those things can't stay. They have to stay in line. Is your refrigerator running? Yes. You know what, though? You know what I'm thinking? Out of all the stuff that we just made, that's the only problem right there. I think we did okay. My booster test article here. Not bad. Booter. That's cool, Tessa. Yeah, the fact that that's stretching so much, I can't pull this thing back into position. Everything is completely bent out of shape. Alright, let's see what happens when we do this. Wow. That didn't break it. Huh. Fail. Move the mount where the pistons are up, so the pistons are not retracting down so much to pull the arm up. Yeah. Talking about taking this thing and moving it up there so the angle isn't too bad, right? Yeah. Yeah, I got you, Jason. I'm gonna try something, okay? Let's see if a joint reinforcement right there will do it. Hey, Roomba. Yeah, I know what you mean. It'll help with the kinematics, like how the thing moves. Let's see if that fixes this. dudes. I've been so scatterbrained lately because moving and stuff, you know. I know, Jason, it's pretty nuts. Like, I'll admit, it's been harder to focus on stuff. That's part of the reason why I have been, like, we've been just having some fun with the MLV, or not with MLV. We've been having some fun with, like, other things. That looks like it needs to be reinforced. Like, just been having fun with, like, Kraken drives and whatnot. Because it's fun, and it's cool to just go in and mess with it. I mean, we did get that thing to move a Grissom yesterday. We've almost gotten the heavy drive propulsion figured out, dudes, which is actually really cool. Biodigital jazz, man. Well, she ain't futzing around here. That all looks good. Come on. This is the one. I know this is gonna work. I'll be honest, I don't know if it's gonna work. It doesn't hurt being Ricky Bobby though, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is going to work a little better than the last one that didn't work. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nice. It broke, but nice. And we have a lot less side fumbling than we did before. Much less side fumbling, which is very good. This thing hears me, I swear. It hears me. It hears what I'm saying. It can hear me. It can hear what we're saying. How could it be anything else? What did we lose? Yeah, we lost some Kraken tech up there. Unilateral phase detractors. How broken is everything up there? Oh, it's pretty broken. Alright, cool. That hinge needs to be way stronger. But it is moving it, and it is working. So, here's what we do. Take these cow controllers, we disable them. Disable all three. Go into our action groups. Unbind, unbind, unbind. Then we go down here. So that thing is just gonna hang there. Okay, so we have line control, boom control, rotational control. Go here like this. Line control is up, down. Bind it. Pitch control is boom. Rotational control is yaw. Okay. Now we should be in control of this crane down here. Oh, hell yeah. The two spurring bearings? Yeah, no, the spurring bearings are in direct align. We're good. Alright, here's the test. This is the big one that I've been trying to figure out. Now, the other crane is a little broken, but it's working. Oh, you sorry piece of crap. Oh. Help me, Beppes. Help me. I'm having a terrible day. Oh wait, same vessel, it's not same vessel collision. Oh my goodness. Yes. Yeah, double docking, it doesn't matter. I forgot about that. Alright, it's docked. So, detorque that, detorque that. Okay, so, here's what we need to do. I need to go back up here. Okay, that's enough Kerbal for the day. Yep, that's enough Kerbal for... How is it doing that? No, 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 no. Get back down here. What in the frick balls is going on there? No, no, I'm switching to that damn thing. Hold on. What are you doing? How are you doing this? I don't understand. I don't understand. That shouldn't have broken anything. That doesn't... that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense, guys. Sorry, that's not, it should not be doing that. I'm gonna rebuild the upper crane. Something's weird with that upper crane because it's copied. I'm gonna build it from scratch. I'll build it from scratch. Yeah, that's what we'll do. And I'll just leave my test article here. Office cooling down? No, it's gotten worse. It's 86 degrees in here.